Boys, good morning. Someone out there saying everything is not morning, it's not morning. It's morning somewhere, suck my dick. Boys, it's our last day on American soil before I become a socialist and a communist and a bunch of other ists. And Iceland is probably the reason for that. And I don't really know all of what's gonna happen to me as soon as I'm up in the air. But I do know I plan to be as fried as possible every moment that I have until I take off. So that way, if I do die, I die a happy man who leaves no weed unsmoked at home, because somebody would get that. And I can't have people getting that for free. I'll keep it a buck. They gotta pay if they want that. They can't just be in my will for free. So today we went around and I'm gonna call a spade a spade. We've been spending too much time trying to find hiking boots for my ass. And I didn't realize that, like, the necessity for waterproof hiking boots was specifically for waterproof hiking boots. Cause, like, I climb mountains and shit up here, but I don't have special boots to do it. I just do that in sneakers and shit. And apparently, if my shoes aren't completely waterproof when we go to Iceland, I'm full fucked. So we've been spending a lot of time getting hiking boots all squared away. We've been to a lot of stores because apparently, despite living in the middle of fucking Maine, it's either ass hiking boots from like Walmart or going to somewhere that's like the bougie, really good hiking boots. You got regular hiking boots and waterproof spray. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Now, like, hiking boots anyways were expensive as fuck or cheap as fuck. Also, Leon, I don't know how you get first in chat so quickly every day, but you do, and it's impressive. Merc, Cypher, the rest of the boyos, hello. I hope you guys are having beautiful days. It's been constant productivity today. And apparently, chat, have you guys ever heard of shampoo bars? Like bars of shampoo instead of bottles of shampoo? Cause like, apparently that's a thing. Yes? Okay. So Carla was trying to find one of those. And apparently they just don't exist up here. At least not where I'm at. No fucking idea why. No idea where they are, but like we could not fucking find them anywhere up here near us. And so we were trying to get one of those to bring with us because we're in Iceland for 2 weeks, right? Like we're not gonna want the weight of like a bunch of just liquid shampoo sloshing around in our shit. Granted, a lot of our storage is gonna be in the vehicle as we travel, but like it is what it is. We're just not gonna want all of that extra shit. So I don't know why they don't exist, but they don't exist. Homie's going to the land of ice. Isn't Iceland the one that has less ice and Greenland is the one that has more ice? I remember it as a debate, and I think my neighbors just threw their kid off the floor or something. I feel like I remember it as a debate, but there is going to be ice. There's also going to be water, and apparently grass, but apparently not a lot of trees. Because I think Iceland... Carla hit me with like a fun fact tidbit earlier that Iceland is apparently volcanic sand, and basically there aren't really trees there. Iceland green, Greenland ice. Yeah, it's the great debate, because in terms of like if they were to be invaded, everyone would prep based on the name alone to be invading like a wintry terrain. So they'd show up with snowshoes and stuff like that, and then bam, volcanoes. And what are you gonna do if, you know, the defense causes a volcanic eruption and the attacker has snowshoes on so they can't maneuver as swiftly as they could without the snowshoes? The attacker's going to get Pompeyed. And I've learned that in a lot of different games, a lot of different movies. But like Iceland is well set up because of that. The attackers would have to be very intelligent. They'd have to do a lot of planning. They'd have to not take the great debate. And everyone says, oh, there's no way that they would like take the debate. Brother, a wooden horse was the downfall of a kingdom. Like, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Just a wooden horse with motherfuckers in it. 100% of the dude who did the atlas was off a perk when writing coordinates. Bro, you imagine how fucked up Christopher Columbus was to legitimately go like halfway across the world the wrong direction and then stumble upon some random ass land and be like, good enough. Like, do you want me to make a schedule, graphics for your schedule? Yeah, that'd be sick if you have time. I don't know what your packing situation looks like, but I'm good. I'm set. Like, at least I think I need to pack. I already have deodorant, but I need toiletries, like my toothbrush, couple toothpastes, and then I'm good to go. So we should be fine. People finds Iceland in winter names at Iceland, finds Greenland in summer, goes, oh fuck. Listen, man, apparently Iceland is in the summer right now, but even their summer is like down to, you put your stuff over my, wait, oh shit, did I actually? Whoops, I didn't even see your stuff in there. I'm gonna keep it a buck. How much were you washing? You must not have been washing much. There was not much in the washing machine at the time of entry. Who are you going with? Carla and her friend group. So Carla and 5 of her friends. I think 5. So I think there are 7 of us. You probably thought it was a shadow. I mean, I also kind of no-scoped that bitch because I had an armful of laundry like this and I didn't have the basket. So I was kind of like cradling the laundry, right? And I was trying to get all situated and I got the washer open and I just kind of like, and then called it good, threw a Tide Pod in and then went about it. Chalk may stream snipe us on the final day. Fuck yeah. That'd be funny as hell. I swear to God, if he diddy darts me, I'm gonna be pissed. But like, it would be appropriate. Like if he actually just full like chloroforms me or something, I feel like it would be the most appropriate stream snipe in history, but he may also get in trouble. Not like because of me, but like if someone just sees him chloroforming me randomly, I feel like that'd be bad. But like he is a rogue. So like, I don't know, say he just like stealthily creeps up behind me and then like, you know, yells diddy dart and chloroforms me. I feel like that would be appropriate. It's just like a little bit of stream lore. And like once I came to and we like realized that it was, or the cop realized that it was a plan, then it'd be fine. Dusty, look at screenshots in my Discord. Like my Discord. Or in Cat's Discord. Wait, where? Which screenshots? Cat's Discord? What are we at? Yours? Wait, what's in mine? Yo, Teeps! What up, brother? How you doing today? I hope you're having a great one. Do we get little Carla arts on the schedule? Yeah, I mean, so Carla's actually, like, good at art stuff. Wait, bro, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Hold on. What the fuck is this? This doesn't even look like me. This literally does not even look like me. His nose is slightly wider than mine. That does not even look like me. What the fuck do you mean? And also, how deep was Zine going in the IRL stream like category to try to find our hidden IRL stream? It didn't happen yet, by the way. What the fuck do you mean, dog? I mean, like, I guess yeah, it kind of looks like me. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. I'm not even gonna lie. It looks like me with like a different lip slider and a wider nose. Like, he's more bottom lip than I am. I have more top lip. And then his nose is wide where mine is like narrow and beaky. Yeah, that's eerily close. I don't know like what games he plays. But if he's ever in ashes, I mean, I guess at that point we just gotta link up. That's eerily close. His face is also a little rounder. Well, don't shame him. Don't shame him for having a little bit rounder of a face. That's not his fault. We don't need to like give him shit because of that. Yeah, that's like eerily close. He's got the ears too. Well, no, because my ears are Sennheiser 599s. I don't know what you mean. Like, chat wouldn't recognize me without these on my head. I'm gonna have to go to TwitchCon and just like unplug these and wear the headset around like I'm Dr. Disrespect without Twitch whispering people are going into bathrooms or anything like that. Russian Dusty. Like genuinely, that's really fucking close. I feel like that's probably the closest person that I've seen to just like looking like me. It's very scarily close. I'm relatively uncomfortable with it. Fuck. Like, are we for real? Like, is this actually that close? I feel like the neighbors are upstairs just like dribbling their kid's head off the ground today. I don't really know. That or they're just like dropping fucking actual steel balls on the floor. I don't know. I'm genuinely scared for the neighbor's kid or for like the Russian doppelganger. Cause this, yeah. Eyes are even a little red. My eyes aren't even red yet. I haven't even started smoking yet. Okay, I'm gonna keep it a buck. That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. It's an absolute lie. I was hanging out with the cat. Like skinwalker type shit. Wait, so are you saying that he's hot, Carla? Are you saying another man is hot? Excuse me. Wait, so are you saying I'm ugly? Wait. But if we look the same and he's... Wait a minute. What does this mean going forward? Like, is there something about my face that I could change? Is it just like what part of it's not doing it for you? If it's the hair, that's your fault. I didn't do that. You quite literally did my hair. So if it's the hair, we can change that. You just gotta like, not streamer income. There isn't. Listen, I don't know like how high the plastic surgery like clinic per capita is supposed to be, but I feel like Maine has a lot for some reason. I won't lie. So I don't know. Maybe like, I mean, if it is the hair, maybe I could like just get more frequent haircuts. I haven't got a haircut in like 2 months, and that was the last time I got a haircut. No, it was like a month and a half. It was a little bit before fresh starts because I wanted to have a fresh cut for fresh starts. That was the whole campaign because my hair was down to my mouth and I hadn't had a haircut in like 5 months. So that was yeah, I try to save money because like I feel like if I buy a better haircut, then I won't have to worry about it for longer. And like from there, I can let it grow out naturally and I save money and then the hair just looks better. So I don't know. I try to save up for that. Now, maybe someday we throw in the point of like subs each month where I can just get a haircut. It's like the monthly haircut sub goal limit where it's like rent and then the cost of a haircut. And we consider that the first sub goal each month to strive for. And then past that, we're good. We just like get the priority list. It's like at each sub increment, I get like, I don't know, eat the weed to save up. And then I basically just get that allocated. We're good. We're good. We're working on the budgeting, chat. We're doing it together. It's like a let's play, but it's with my wallet. We're up tremendous. Let's try to... Wait. Okay, hold on. Max, I did accidentally show Carla my toes today. And Carla does not like feet, but like we have a little like bar area that you can sit at, and then the sink on the other side of the bar. And then on the other side of the sink, we have like the butcher block area, and you can like walk around. It's like an L and shit like that. So basically I went to sit up on the butcher block because Carla was sitting at the bar, and I put my ass up on the butcher block, and I went to like push myself up with my feet, and I was walking around barefoot, and I put my foot on the top of the counter to push myself up, and I realized that Carla really doesn't like toes, and I remembered, and like I looked at my foot, and then I looked at her, and then I looked at my foot, and then I tried to move my foot down really fast so she wouldn't see, but it was too late, and she saw my toes, and I was like, yeah, that's my bad. I didn't calculate the line of sight. And I think the worst part about it for her was probably that she was eating a hot dog at the time, which was like, you know, a hot dog is relatively toey. Out of all the foods that you could possibly have, I feel like a hot dog is probably one of the toeiest. So yeah, it was probably a little rough. Does Dusty have LeBron James feet? Nah, like mine aren't that fucked up. Like mine are pretty feetsy. I have really like curled in pinky toes. But yeah, they're not bad. I mean, I have kind of like, I don't know, I'm not even like hairy or anything. I just kind of have feet. I don't know, my feet aren't even that large. I'm like a size 10.5, maybe 11. What are you? So my hiking boots that we're getting are gonna be at 11. Damn, dude, I don't want to look. I don't want to look. Is it like actual LeBron's toes? Because I've seen LeBron James' feet. They're not like fully fucked up to that extent. Our boy needs some toe spacers. Well, it's like I played basketball my entire life, so I was always like laterally, slowly, albeit, but like laterally slowly moving. So over time, my pinky toe just wanted to be a part of the rest of the gang a little bit more. And so it's a little bit more on my left foot because I jumped off of my left foot, and I was like a 1 foot jumper. So all of the pressure from that went on that 1 foot. So I think that's probably why that 1 foot's fucked up a little bit more, but yeah, it's not that bad. Like genuinely, they're not the worst toes. Other than my pinky toe pointing like northeast on my left foot and northwest on my right foot were pretty normal. It's just kind of like they'd intersect eventually, right? Just say I had like infinite toe length, they would eventually intersect. But we're fine for the most part. I don't even... Are you okay? Me? No, I'm having an existential crisis. Why? What's up? We're discussing toe spacers. And like, if my feet are good or not. Why? What's up? Are you okay? We're doing math here. We're discussing angles. We're discussing many things. Are you okay? Do you need like a fan? Is it getting a little hot in here? I know this is like a hot discussion. Some people are flustered in chat right now. It's okay. Max is probably typing with one hand out here. Mr. Smoky Stash. First, what, like, just wear toe spacers? Is that like the thing that bitches wear when they get pedicures? I use toe spacers. I quite like them. I got weird about my foot health and started wearing barefoot shoes. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, that does make sense because our feet are relatively important in the grand scheme of things. Like, can't really move too well without them unless your plan is either wheelchair or, I guess, like really dexterous handstands. But I feel like keeping your feet healthy is one of the easiest ways. Basically, the thing 600 helped with my back pain, as strange as that may sound. Interesting. Was it just like your feet were fucked up directly, or was it like from your feet up to your back? Because I had a lot of back issues when I was like growing very quickly, because I'm 6'5", and I was 6'1" when I was like in 8th grade. So my hamstrings were always very, very tight, and I was bow-legged, so like my feet were kind of like out. And so I basically worked on posturing my feet in like a normal human being, so I could like, you know, have straight feet. And then I also stretched my hamstrings like crazy, and my back stopped hurting. It was fucking beautiful. I started wearing barefoot shoes, which are wider, and now I don't think I'll ever comfortably fit in a pair of Nikes again. Wait, so like, what do you mean barefoot shoes? Are those like, Carla, are those like your emergency shoes? Or are you talking like the shoes that have like the individual toesies? Like the glove shoes? Kind of. I feel like it would be like the individual toe shoes, right? The ones that have toes. Interesting. Now, do they have like drippy ones of those? Like, could I get toe shoes in like, I don't know, just a rep of a known shoe, or are there silhouette issues? I have some glove shoes, but they sell some that aren't actual toe shoes. Interesting. I've been wearing the cloth shoes the last 2 weeks, and they're like barefoot shoes, but not weird. Kanye about to drop the new Yeezy toe shoes. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. My barefoot shoe is a regular shoe, but just with a wider toe box. So like, you got Magic the Gathering player feet. I feel like every motherfucker that I know that plays Magic the Gathering still has like wide feet. Like wears wide shoes. You not like stinky, but like I feel like if you go to a Friday Night Magic, probably 40% of the competitors are wearing like basic New Balances because they're like, yeah, I'm a 15 extra wide. We saw extra wide shoes today. I mean, there were a lot of large shoes. There were a lot of large shoes. Oh God. I could fit both my... What are you thinking about? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hobbit ass feet. Okay, I have small feet. Just not like small feet. Not small feet. But like... I'm like a 10 and a half, 11. Like right in there. I'm like a 10 and 3/4. And... I've been told that apparently that's very small feet for my height. And I attribute that to my slender, supple 32-inch waist. My pant size is like 32, 34. And, you know, it is what it is. I've been told many times that I have quite feminine hips. And, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. At least they're nice to look at. I know a lot of dudes that play MMOs that make big butt characters so they have something to stare at. And you know what? Someone's got to do it. And I'm glad that I can help. Just, it is what it is. I'm blessed with a figure that I've got to maintain. Being barefoot / in slides when I'm not at work. Wait, my wide feet are probably from my manual labor jobs, being on my feet so much. UPS for 4 years, outdoor gun range, working as a chef, working in construction. See, I feel like that's also probably why my feet are not wide. Like, I also worked in food service a lot, but it was a lot of like walking and crocking. So, I don't know though. I feel like basketball most definitely fucked up my toes. If I had to attribute it to one thing, like why my pinky toe is just like fucking throwing up a gang sign in this bitch, I would definitely say basketball. And it's not even like I'm laterally quick. I'm not. I was never known for that. I was athletic in every way except that. Once I got going, I was fast. I could jump high. I could shoot the ball. We were good. Everything except that side to side fast. So, I feel like that was probably what saved me, but does this guy look that much like me? I don't know. If your boyfriend makes a hot girl in a game to stare at her all day while gaming, is it cheating? Depends on the game. I think that's important to keep in mind. Like, something like Hello Kitty also has like more predicates to it. It's like, does your boyfriend ask you to dress up as a cat sometimes? You might be competing with Hello Kitty. You never know. You never know. So I think there are different like levels to it. Now, me personally, I make Big Booba, Big Butt Dwarf character for the kind of like genetic advantages that it provides. We've talked about this before, but like optimal tank build would, in my opinion, be a very small, compact woman with massive Badoinker cannons and like a Kim Kardashian break the internet, but to act as natural counterweights to keep the center of gravity balanced no matter what position they were in. And I think with those proper counterweights, just like historically, a strong man is built like a triangle, which is very top heavy, but very narrow at the bottom because we're brolic, right? Kind of like me. And if you counter that with a very stable woman, almost like a bubble bass built ass bitch, right? Then I feel as though that is essentially the most stable form of human. You give them a full suit of armor, and I don't think they're getting cooked at all. I think if Dusty had glasses, he'd look like a blonde Harry Potter. Hold on. I keep these on my desk for when Planador flashbangs us. I haven't worn them in a sec, but they've been doing okay. No, these aren't going to be like Harry Potter glasses. But I keep these around for when Planador fucks up and we get flashbanged. So it's always something that we've got to be completely ready for at any point. Yo, Valen. Does this guy look like me? Or like, do I look like this guy? Chat's saying we look the same. What? What are you Dusty in? What? Okay, sick. Just the haircut. Yeah, I feel like this is slightly racist. Dusty, pull up Matt Rife. Isn't that the comedian? Hi, Voil. What you up to today, brother? So, Voil, by the way, we ended up making a lot of executive decisions around the hiking boots. What are these? Wait, should I close my eyes?
I mean, you might be able to...
Are they your prescription?
Yeah.
Oh my god, wait. Yeah, I'm gonna close my eyes. You guys are gonna see me like not...
Full screen it, full screen it, full screen it.
Full screen it? Hold on. That guy has a...
Glasses.
Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna be able to like... open my eyes, because I'll go blind. Hold on. I'll try to remain relaxed. I'm not opening my eyes. I cannot, or I will like get concussed and I will die. Carla's prescription is so fucking bad. Am I supposed to wear them that low? Or do I just have a big nose? Can you turn your phone volume down, please?
I'm sorry.
What's occurring here? I can't see. I'm so scared to open my eyes because Carla essentially uses echolocation to navigate like the outside world. Like she ran into...
Harry Potter spell testing?
Wingardium Leviosa. Ow. I didn't know how close I was. I went to spin to celebrate and I just fucking chunked myself. I'm so scared to look anywhere right now. I'm so terrified. Like, chat, I don't know if you guys could see. I'm not even opening my eyes near them. But like the lens is thicker than the frame. It's genuinely like these are heavy and it's not because of the frame. Okay, hold on. Okay, I can still see. All right, huge. We're up tremendous. Dude, I thought that I scooted out enough to have clearance from my desk and I pinched my arm blubber on my desk when I spun. I couldn't see shit. Like, her vision is so fucking bad. Terribly bad. I don't wear contacts. I don't do any of that shit. I'm not augmented. I just, you know, I play as nature intended. And her prescription terrifies me. And I genuinely think if I would have opened my eyes, I would have died. I'd be fighting in the octagon. Still CDT runs into things. Bro, I'm telling you, we were walking through so many stores and Carla just like, no exaggeration, just ran into shit. Nothing that was outwardly in her way. Nothing that was like in a spot where it was intrusive. And just like ran into it. Hitting the curb type shit. Yes, genuine oopsies. And supposedly, she hasn't had any curbs in my car so far. Supposedly. Now, thankfully in Iceland, we get 2 weeks of it not being my fucking problem if she hits something. That's gonna be fan-fucking-tastic. I can't wait. Like 80% Potter. Like, the boy who never almost died in the first place type shit. I've never hit anything in any car. All right, well, you just jinxed that and we're absolutely just mowing down a civilian on this trip. Like, just that, I feel like you jinxed it. I don't know. I don't know. Like, not that we're trying to, but I feel like you've jinxed it. Like, somebody is going to full, like, Madden football dive tackle in front of the car, like Superman layout now. It's a good thing we have crazy insurance. Does our insurance cover running a motherfucker over? Like, is there a level of insurance we can get for that? Just asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. Because, like, you imagine, like, we're getting to TwitchCon and, like, Zine's already at the Airbnb waiting. And he sees us coming and he's like, oh my god, guys, hi. And then we just mow him down. Just, well, no, not in Iceland. No, Zine won't be there. But, like, just say, you know, hypothetically. Hypothetically in-game. 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 In San Diego. In Vera. A siege vehicle. With collision damage. Like, what if? Am I a bad person if I make Zine P outside at TwitchCon? Genuine question. Genuine question. I feel my cousin has a similar script. I feel like you could see into an airplane window if you open your eyes looking up outside. Wait, like Carla's prescription? Oh god. Oh god. I mean, like, my vision's good. I'm happy with my vision. Although I haven't had it tested in a while, and surely it's degraded after, like, thousands of hours just sitting here staring at this fucking screen and yapping, right? Surely. It's nowhere near what it was at my prime. Granted, I'm nowhere near my prime. Not even close. Not even close. But, I think I should probably get my vision checked at some point to make sure that I'm not just, like, absolutely full fucking myself. Because if I am, that would be sad. And I feel like I could pull on some glasses. Although, what would I get for glasses, chat? If I had to wear a type, like, just like a type of frame with my face structure, what would I be looking at? Because I feel like if I got some cool, like, I don't know, mid-90s cop / porn star hybrid aviators that were like, I don't know, the slightly tinted lens into the not tinted at all on the bottom, I feel like that would fuck. Open feedback, though. I feel like that may be one of the best options at our disposal. But I also think I don't need glasses. I'm hoping. I eat a lot of carrots. I'll probably bring carrots in a bag for, like, the Iceland trip. Wait, Corlo, we need to make little snack packs for motherfuckers. And by motherfuckers, I mean us. We could, like, cut up some of our cheese and, like, take it. And then we could put it in our carry-ons. Or not our carry-ons, but our personal items in, like, our Tupperware. And then we'd be fine for, like, snacks. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. We can, like, cut up cheese and shit like that. Okay. We're up tremendous. Either way. Either way. Does this look like me, chat? Does this look like me? I still don't think it does. I'm not convinced. That sounds delish. I mean, we can do it. I don't know what we have, but we have... Me, not you. The fuck? I just got like a how satisfied are you with Windows? The Shrimp Pimp cheese? The Shrimp Pimp is the cheese goat, and he will not be disputed in any way, shape, or form. None. None. We need glasses that make Dusty see our backline in PvP. My responsibility is it to peel. And the meta is not for tank to sit on backline. Personally, I peel by throwing banner and intercepting and giving you protect. And then I trip a motherfucker. That's genuinely like, I don't, it's like not entirely my role. But still laughing. Let's just switch back to that screen. Bro, he doesn't even look like me. He doesn't even look like me. Like in the slightest. But yeah, I don't know, brother. Like, if in PvP, genuinely, if our backline is too far back to be peeled by the rest of the people in the group, then it's like an overall group positioning thing, like memes aside. And we do need to work on that as a whole. Because, like, I can only banner such a large area. I can only intercept from so far for so long, right? I can throw a protect up, but if I'm not in their back line and I'm peeling as our front line, then they just kind of like swallow us too. There needs to be a certain level of spacing that's held on the front line, and then our other damage dealers kind of like turn in and swallow the people that are coming in, not in like a sus like way. But that's why I think fighters should get a charge that targets allies so they can focus on peel and DPS the people in the back line to help the back line. I think Rogue is the ideal peel. I won't lie. I think Rogue having like incaps, having roots, having caltrips, having mana burn. Granted, I've heard mana burn is now significantly worse. Zyback jumped me in the drops while I was AFK, and I still had mana for the rest of the fight. And it was much more pleasant fighting a Rogue with those changes. Much more pleasant. I'm gonna make the stream schedule right now and then work on IRL backpack and then finish packing. Word. Okay, I hope you have fun. We do need a Rogue in our comp. Yeah, so I think our plan long term was to originally go 3 support and have the Rogue, which is what we were scrimming with, I think, right? But also we would want 2 cleric, 1 bard at that point, right? I think. But it's all a matter of like what comp we want to run. But yeah, I do definitely, we scrim 4 supports. What did we not have? Because we had double ranger. We had Carla healing. We had a mage because Zop was mage. Blackblood was rogue. We scrimmed with a rogue. Right, we had Stregan Axe. We had Black. We had Carla and Merc. We had Wood on Bard. We had 3 supports. Yeah, I think we just had 3 supports when we were scrimming. We had a knight, 1 cleric, 1 knight, and 1 bard another night. 3 supports, I'm tripping. It's okay. It's okay. I won't hold it against you for too long. But yeah, like 3 supports did feel good. I won't lie. It genuinely, it felt better in my opinion than 4 supports. And maybe that was also why we felt a little off in terms of burst potential, if we're being honest. If we're missing a full DPS for another support, that was probably the difference in us getting a lot of kills and not getting a lot of kills on those like first initiates. And I didn't help pass the first initiate, right? Like, could have played slower with 4 supports. I agree. No, I agree. I 100% take a lot of the blame for just like calling and tempoing too fast, right? And I didn't set us up for much success at all in terms of tempoing properly. I had a few bad like target calls for our first burst, and like I definitely could have set us up better. I think that I also just didn't have enough reps to kind of like have a good idea of really what we were pumping out. And it is what it is. Like we learned a lot, right? And even in that scenario, like even if we had the extra DPS, I still would have been calling too fast and being impatient. And like having an extra DPS to just raw burst isn't really enough of an excuse for that, right? because we also would have probably got more pressure on our backline quicker had we had 3 supports. So yeah, I definitely think a lot of it, in terms of us not finishing kills, even with the 4 supports, was probably mostly me not letting targets get prepped, right? Kind of like seeing somebody that was out of position slightly and being like, oh shit, we gotta capitalize, and instantly just boom. And I think I was setting us up to start the fight very poorly, and then once we didn't get that first burst like we were with the extra DPS, I was like, oh shit, well that's not good. All right, look at this target, they're squishy and forward. And then they'd get back because people were playing together, and I'd be like, oh shit, okay, now we gotta switch to this. And I just wasn't really like letting a lot develop at all. One thing I noticed, it seemed to be going in a lot more than you were a team behind you. Please don't shoot me. You're getting shot. No, so basically when we were playing previously, and that is one thing why we like the rogue as well. When we were playing before, essentially what would happen is I push forward and have the tempo on the forward side so our front line doesn't get collapsed in and I can keep them out. When they did get in, we would have our rogue basically going back, and then I would turn and throw banner on them, and then basically like if the rest of them were all inning, I'd stay in a spot where I could throw a wall and a trip and essentially be like the buffer in between my team and the rest of theirs. And so without that rogue, I needed to take on more of the level of directly running from front to backline because I was our only melee. So I agree. With our comp being changed up to not include the rogue like we wanted it to originally, I had to play in a completely different way than I had been practicing, and I didn't really adapt in the best way. And even with that, our backline was doing an amazing job of surviving. I'm not even gonna lie. Our healers were pumping until they went ooh. And honestly, we probably could have done a better job of helping them reserve their mana by not being so out of position, but more lockdown with Rogue CC. Yeah, Rogue CC, Rogue off balance as well, making sure that people can't like turn and blink out and shit like that if we do get a pull. So like say in that fight against Hounds, when we pulled Godchi, got a wall on Godchi got 25% and then got out. If we get that pull and we have a rogue and then the wall goes off, Godchi's not going to be able to like turn or anything because the root's going to go through, the rogue's going to have the pop, and we're going to have that extra little bit of damage with that jump, and we probably secure a lot more kills than we did with how we were playing. Now, that's also not like cope in the terms of like, oh, well, we would have won if we had a rogue. No, we were still playing like shit, I was calling like shit, like we all made mistakes. But I do think the way that we were used to scrimming with our setup definitely had us playing a little bit more dependent on the, and me calling more dependent on that initial burst. And when that didn't happen, I was like, oh fuck, oh, this isn't looking the best, boys. So yeah, we'll try to focus that up. I mean, my Iceland setup is gonna be an Iceland setup, right? It's not gonna be this setup by any means, but I'm down to scrim while I'm out there. I don't know how my ping's gonna be, but like, we should be good to go. As long as we get scrims and get reps, by the time I'm back, we're chilling. One of the reasons I watch your stream is you're humble enough to speak out your mistakes. You don't know, fuck, it's your fault and your fault and I'm perfect. No, I mean, so I preach this to my guys a lot, and I think that's the reason why so many of our people in COTS are willing to stick out the process long term instead of getting experience, getting gear, and then going to like a, you know, a polar or one of the EU guilds or something like that. Because I'm very transparent with like, I'm not a perfect player. I'm learning every single day, and the best players in the game are still learning every single day, even if they're the ones who won the PvP tournament. I bet they learned a lot from that tournament, even being on the top end. And I tell my people we are going to lose a lot, and there are going to be various reasons why we lose. But every time that we die, every time that we lose, it's important to look at it from a standpoint of like, what can I do to help prevent that next time? Whether it's an individual death in a 1v1 or whether it's somebody dying in a team manner. It's always a level of like, how could I have also contributed to this? Could I have said something? Could I have positioned a little bit differently? Could I have as you know, me as a caller, I have or like groups don't really have like a main caller, but I was calling targets. In the future, we're going to delegate the calling targets to one of the range who has a better POV of everything, and I'll basically call out the initiates, the bursts, and stuff like that when we're going on those targets. So we'll get like the target call, and the rangers will let me know, or the mage will let me know who they want us on, and then they'll call out the target. They'll get their roots, whatever they initiate. I'll pull them in for the double snipe, lightning strike, and that's going to be our big burst. And so through all of that, we're going to have a lot of comms going out all at once, but that's going to be a lot better. And we learned that group structure through discussing and being like, okay, yeah, I feel like ranged have more POV than someone that's melee does. And they can also kind of like coordinate, yo, Dusty, we need you on the back line. We need you here. We need you there. Do you see zombies edit? Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Now, the craziest thing is I didn't realize that we were using the entire community budget to outsource fucking MGM Studios to edit our first propaganda. I didn't think that we would see something that high quality since, like, until at least launch. I personally, I don't necessarily think that there's anything that could improve about that. I think he acted alone. He drained us, but honestly, the return is going to be worth it. So we've already got 14 movie theaters reaching out. And due to the condensed version hitting screens first, we're going to have a ton of showings each day, and every showing's already sold out for the next 3 months. Cat's on top. Cat's is on top. Expect some Phoenix Initiative accounts to be hitting the guild market soon. Yo, Throne, over on YouTube. How you doing, my friend? Debating getting ashes, think it's worth. I just want to grind in PvP occasionally. If you want to grind a lot and PvP occasionally, I absolutely think it's worth it. Even if you're someone who's like full PvP oriented in your loop, it's a full PvX game, right? So a lot of what you're doing is going to be PvEing to level, PvEing to get your gear, gathering, refining, crafting, getting ready to make your true best in slot. And it really is something where it's more of like a full Ouroboros of a gameplay loop, where like one part of it just wraps into another part, which wraps into the other part, and everything just collectively complements each other part, like every other part, right? So from that, I think it's important to realize that if you're not like a full, like, you know, every aspect of the game enjoyer, there will probably be something that feels a bit tedious, a bit arduous for you. I'm a big PvX enjoyer. I like every aspect of it, especially since it's very like player to player and community based. And so from that perspective, the gameplay loop itself is really open to a lot of different players. Chile, have fun in Iceland. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Are you familiar with Iceland? Like I've never been before, but apparently we're going across the entire country. I was only debating because I don't know if the combat felt good, so wasn't sure if it'd be fun. Oh, the combat feels fucking phenomenal. Yeah, so I'm a big like combat and movement enjoyer just as a whole, right? And it feels real nice. We recently shoutcasted an 8v8 tournament that was on the full like global server. So right now we're in the middle of a 3-month stress test, goes May 1st to August 4th on a server called Shoal. Every player in the world is over here, and there was just an 8v8 tourney that featured a lot of the largest, most competitive guilds in the game. Some weren't there, but a lot of the guilds that wanted to be there were there with 8-person stacks, and it was crazy PvP. So we're gonna get that trimmed down, get it over on YouTube soon, TM. And then from there, like, we had a ton of guild versus guild PvP at the end of one of our VODs a few nights ago. I believe it was in this one. I'll put this on in the back real quick. But like, it feels really good. So this was some PvP that happened out in the tropics. So the tropics is a biome that is completely lawless once you're actually out in the open ocean.
I'm just seeing their photo.
And that means that everybody is flagged up for PvP at all times. So we have a raid of about 23 people, a little over 20 people here. And we essentially have been fighting 2 different raids at this point. So we've been fighting a raid that was made up of like multiple guilds, and then one that was made up of a guild called Fed, which is, you know, a more PvP focused guild. So they had their mayoral flyer in the sky, like they had people out with them. So we're up at the top right now, and we're just kind of like looking down, taking free damage. And hold on, I'll let you guys hear the comms too, because we had our caller zombie that was like calming all of this out. So let's see.
Come this side, come this side.
Okay. So we go into this fight, and we're kind of like chilling on the high ground. Started to stomps. One of our clerics
I got pulled twice.
is out of position and copes that he got pulled.
He was out of position.
He fucked up. He fucked up. We reviewed it. Stomp's fucked up. So we have people that are down on that front. I'm waiting up here because I play tank, so I played like very initiaty, and I'm kind of like just chilling up here waiting to set something up for the guild. And 2 people are up here just kind of like, I don't know, AFKing, I guess. So we drop down here after getting that first kill, hit another CC combo, follow this guy down to the back line, and they pay no attention to him, about to die. I get followed back into this clump, so then I need to get out of here. I hit some escape, use my intercept to go over to a teammate, get a little bit of an HP shield. That gives me enough like defensive to save me. I pop my defensives, get healed up. We look at the raid on the right side. They have a lot of people on the right, but we're also getting pushed in from the left. So I hold this left side, and because of that, meta doesn't get chased in. And then we start to push up on this right side, and we hit very large walls. And because the tank has wall, you can just kind of like throw your wall, and wherever you call in your wall, that's an LOS block, a movement block, and pretty much just segments everything off. So all of these people that are in front of the wall are now completely isolated. They can't go through the wall. They have to try to go around the wall. We have the raid come in and get big CC. Nin blinks in with freezes. We have bards coming in, hitting CCs and getting burst out, and basically just wipe the shit out of them through that. So they get another wall from one of our other tanks. We're holding front line. We CC. We turn, we look at people that are free casting on the back line, bring them in. We have grapple as a tank, so that's always a huge thing to use. And then every class has a melee and a ranged weapon equipped, so that's why we're on the bow right now. So every single class will have like accessibility to both types of weapons at all times between melee and range. So you can kind of play in a very diverse way. As a tank, I use my longbow a lot because it has the longest range in the game out of all of the ranged weapons, and puts out an anti-heal on the final attack of your weapon combo, which is your finisher. So you can put out that wound, which is the debuff that is right here, and at 10 stacks, that's a 50% anti-heal. So when you're chasing people down and trying to kind of like set up for PvP and actually get the kills in place, it's good to kind of like keep that damage going out. Can I avoid using bow? Not a fan of bows. So every weapon is a little bit diverse. Like there's a melee and a range weapon, right? So I could switch over to my mace and just kind of like smack, right? But there's no like big weapon pull or like, you know, magnetism person to person on melee attacks or anything like that. It's kind of like a traditional tab target. So in terms of the range weapon, if you're fighting somebody that is far away, there's almost like, in terms of proper initiates, there's like a prep phase where the target gets called out and they get marked, and then everybody kind of like basic attacks the target, auto attacks the target, whatever you want to call it. And through everybody doing that with their weapons, you put out a lot of different status effects, and then you go into your initiate on the target that you're trying to kill while they have those status effects, while those debuffs are out, the anti-heals, the burns, all of that. So the bow or some range weapon in general is advantageous to have. Just, you know, you get power from it, you don't have to use it, you can swap freely. But it is nice to be able to get that chip damage in from a little bit further away. There are different range weapons you can use. Like I use a longbow, there are short bows, and every weapon in the game has like a physical and a magical version as well. So there are even like physical wands, physical spell books. There will be a lot more coming as well. So we have quite a few options, but most people in PvP will use a longbow just because it's got that like longest range out of all the weapons there. I have a few friends up there. Okay, we're gonna be going like all around the country. Carla made the entire itinerary, so I'm just like along for the ride. She's doing a lot of the driving and shit, but we're gonna be streaming a lot, so you may know where we are. You may be able to stream snipe. I don't know like how far away, but my favorite thing about lawless zones is zero chance of fear of corruption, except for when that corruption bug was in. But yeah, other than that, since that corruption bug has been sorted, Emu, that's much better. That's way better. Did we get a count of how many they had there? So keep in mind, oh wait, I want to go back to this wall. They get double walled here. Just when they think, like Zombie and I just pathed them in like a tower defense way. Look at this devious wall. They can't go this way because the wall's in the water. They have to go back this way. I put my wall on the rocks, so they had to go back this way. Bro, look at the pathing that these poor guys have to go through. Poor guys. Poor guys. There was nothing they could do. Zombie doesn't seem like fucking BTD6. Bro, and cute. Wait, watch this. You think that's bad? Watch, ready? Wait. Watch. The double wall. Okay, hold on. And then listen to Zombie's comm. Ready? Just this full, like, this full sequence is devious tank play. So we go in.
I'm going. Walls down, walls down, walls down, walls down, walls down.
The double walls, and then watch the pulls. Ready? Watch Zombie right behind me.
Up with you. Looking at Fero's. Fero's trip. Fero's trip. Fero's pull. Mark. Okay, hold on.
Zombie grappled the person that I grappled to make sure that they were not getting out of the fucking grapple. We double walled them with the fucking BTD6 wall structure.
Virgo, pulling in Virgo. Everybody go. Go.
Bruh.
Right Genesis.
This is fucking devious. This is devious. But yeah, genuinely Throne, the combat is so fucking good. And the cool thing about it is everything in Ashes is based around group play. 8v8 combat. Right now, we're obviously raid versus raid. It's a little bit more mass scale. But the combat is genuinely my favorite part of the alpha. We're in the middle of a lot of econ changes, gathering, refining, crafting changes. Like, some things that aren't landing well with a portion of the player base. But throughout that entire kind of like, I don't know, level of disconnect in some of the systems, I think overwhelmingly combat, movement, like playability of the playtest as a whole just continues to improve. Also, keep in mind, if you're opting in for the first time, you also get a 90-day period where you get a full refund, like on the purchase, if you aren't happy with it. So it's no hours limit. And right now I mentioned that we're in May 1st to August 4th for a stress test. On August 4th, we go to new servers. So it'll be like a fresh wipe. So you would essentially have, in terms of your refund period, the rest of this stress test to come in and like putz around, learn shit. And then when the wipe happens, you'd be able to go to the August 4th servers because you have access all the way through development with just one purchase. And basically you'd be able to hit August 4th with a baseline of information. And you'd know what you want to level, what, you know, gear you're looking for, what abilities you want to level with, what you want in a group, and kind of like the chance to find a community, get situated, and not have the pressure of like, oh, the server's lasting forever. Right now, it's Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. So the reason we're just yapping right now is because servers are down. They'll come back up tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST-ish. I'll be on a plane to Iceland shortly after that. So, cosmetic customization any good? It will be. It will be. So their monetization when the game does launch, keep in mind this is just an alpha. So in terms of visuals, everything you're seeing like visually, audio wise, all of that shit, it's going to be very placeholder. Some things more developed than others, but the big emphasis is core gameplay and like core system implementation right now. So long term, they'll have like a transmog system. Their monetization, it's $15 a month once the game launches for a sub. No box cost, no DLC cost. And then there's a cosmetic only store that'll be an in-game store where you can get skins that don't impact playability whatsoever. But the cool thing is their incentivization for skins and for things that look cool, in Steven's words, will be play to earn skins. So basically, like, the best gear will look the coolest. As you get better gear, that will be more noticeable, more recognizable gear. So they don't even want to, like, fully incentivize people to go to the cash store. It's just if you want to go there. So there should be a lot of cosmetic customization, even out of mounts. So for perspective, I can show you the pack that I got. It was the January 2024 pack. Ashes of Creation, January 2024. So I'll pull it up on the wiki. Zombie's a bully. Zombie is a bully. Yes, Fed Kyle thought he was playing Ashes, but found himself in Fortnite. Bro, I'm not even gonna lie. That wasn't even Fortnite. That was like BTD 6 levels of just full fucked. Just being completely honest. So I got the January 2024 pack. So it essentially included like the game time, the store currency, alpha and beta keys. So that's over here. And then this is a caravan with a Beast of Burden skin. It's like an in-game pet, which is just like a cosmetic. This is if I get a freehold, that'd be like the house skin, and then an armor skin, and then a mount skin. So essentially, none of these actually change the playability of any part of my class whatsoever. I don't gain any power. I don't gain anything. Mount skins, even if you have, you know, there are some of the mounts that are like from pre-order packs that are super high tier mounts. And they're super fast mounts. But say you have a cosmetic for a mount that's like 175% move speed if it's the mount that's trained in-game through animal husbandry and it's the actual mount. A skin that you buy from the store is like a body kit on a car. I drive a Honda Civic. If I put a Lamborghini Urus looking body kit on my Civic, it's still a Civic. So anything that you buy from the store will just take your mount's attributes and put a skin over that, like a wrap over that, essentially. So if you have a slow base mount and you buy the coolest skin, it's still going to be a slow base mount. It's just going to look a little different. So there's nothing in their monetization that is like, you have to do it, well, other than paying the $15 a month sub when the game launches. You do have to pay that or you can't play. But other than that, there's nothing else that you have to do. You won't even have to get like DLC cost, anything like that. So yeah, that's always nice to keep in mind. And then with the 90-day refund period too, it's like a no-brainer to me. These walls are devious. Poor guys. And then Berg couldn't even get around the first one. He saw the second one come up.
I'm going.
And like, we get the trip there on those poor lads in the first place. So Pharaohs tries to get around the wall. Desi is walled by Zombie's wall. I hit the trip on Zombie's wall. And then my wall goes up outside of Zombie's wall, right on the edge of the rocks, after these guys are tripped. So Pharaohs blinks out. Desi gets around Zombie's wall to the left. Pope Vin dies. Rive dies. Bergs down at the bottom of the screen is just like trying everything he can to get the fuck out. Kyle gets bonked. Bergs dies trying to get around Zombie's wall.
Push. On Desi.
And then I intercept up to Zombie because I know that he's going to be the one that's on the targets. I've been using intercept for that a lot, by the way, lately, for movement onto people. So if Zombie's calling out a target, I've been intercepting onto him, so that way I'm guaranteed in range of the targets that we're trying to hit it. So
Looking at Feroz truck. Feroz pull.
then we get the hatch,
Mark.
and then he's dead.
Okay,
And then those guys just get chased down, I think. But we also, I don't even know if this was the last fight or if this was when they said GG. But yeah, these fights were fucking awesome. These were such fun fights because we had originally, let's see. Originally, yeah, that was when they said GG. Originally, it was just the one raid attacking us from like Stoic and everyone else. And then they came back with the additional raid that was attached to them. And we were still able to like hold our own. We won all of those fights and we actually played pretty well against large numbers. So I was super happy with that, man. The combat is overwhelmingly fun, and everything, in my opinion, being like community oriented, player to player oriented. Like, bro, it makes everything so much more enjoyable. I'll be completely honest. There's a certain level of like, once you're max level in an MMO and once you have your gear, a lot of MMOs tend to just like and shit out, right? But even in an alpha state, if you have a group of people that you enjoy playing with, it gets real fun. If we didn't have fight experience, we lose those. Oh yeah. Oh, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. And I think that all of us play a little bit better with those mass numbers just because there's that level of like insurance. And as we get more comfortable, we'll play with that same like all-in fluidity, except it'll just be with 8-person groups. And then we'll bring our 8-person groups together and our entire main ball in our raids will feel more effective as well. And I agree. I think a lot of it, like, we have players who are capable of hitting their buttons. Like, you put your keybinds in the right spot, you press your keybinds, and then you don't bring up your map every time you're trying to mark a target because you're nervous. And, you know, those are the steps to success. And we have people that are capable of doing that. And that's really all you need to do, outside of getting familiar with your group, calming targets, getting all of that. I'm not capable. Well, I didn't say everybody's capable of doing that. I said we have people that are capable of doing that. I said there are some people that are capable. Now, there are always outliers within a community, some of which are more talented, some of which are less talented. And Cutie, you're definitely an outlier. You're absolutely amazing in your own regard, and your effort and your vibes every day are phenomenal. And we appreciate the fuck out of you. It'd be really hard to stay as positive as you do, being the way you are. And I respect that. I'm gonna fill up my water because it's 81 in the stream room and my balls are hot. I'll be right back. Chat, does anybody have good React content? Or do we just want to, like, Fortnite take the L on Narc's YouTube career real quick? Because all he had to do was not post that video and then just fuck off and do anything else. And now he's probably working at 7-Eleven or something. I'll be right back. Shout out my 7-Eleven workers. Sorry, I've returned. Fresh water. Good bonger Pinsky. And we've returned. John G. What up, my friend? Zozo, how are you, my friend? How are you? Guys, why is he waiting in launcher? So, I just kind of exist in the Ashes directory. I'm gonna keep it a buck. He was petting the cat. I was petting the cat. Yes, I was petting the cat. So, Bruce was chilling. He was out there just vibing, living his life in the chair still. And so I said hello to Bruce, and then I had to grind up some green, and then I sampled the local wares, and then I came back. Shame me for petting the cat. It's the cat's fault. Honestly, maybe he shouldn't have been sleeping in my chair. Maybe if he wasn't chilling, then I wouldn't have been late. Can you go over our matches? I can. A lot of them are simply going to break down to, like, very simply put, be more patient, prep on targets, and, like, I'm not even going to lie. Most of what we did wrong was me just calling out bad targets. I'll be completely honest. I should have called out targets better, to say the very least. And I think that would have prevented a lot of our issues, if I'm being honest. I think that a lot of our opportunities, we just didn't go on the right targets. So, like, our first match right here, I should not have tried to force on Moonkin there because he can just make it out. Now, I don't really know how the fuck he went all the way over there, because, like, if that grapple had landed, I walled off the rest of them, right? And he's all the way over there. So I don't really know what I did there. But genuinely, I think, like, here, if he didn't go to fucking Utah off of this grapple, we genuinely probably killed that. Because we had the root there as well. Like, that was a really good initiate. But I also called it too quick. So notice how he doesn't have any debuffs up on him in time. So, basically,
Be able to get a grab on Moonkin. I'm pulling Moonkin.
Cool.
yeah, so I need to give us more time because we had no debuffs on him at the time. So even if that grapple goes through, this is essentially what I was saying with, like, I just need to give us more time to actually prep. Even if we, you know, have this uppies distance with it and the grapple, right? We can still address that by having our wounds up, making sure that they can't get out. And if they're this far back and they're locked down, that should just be an easy kill. And so there I try to get Merc peeled, but no, Merc lives here for at least a little bit because I'm trying to sit on top of Merc. But once the pull goes south, how did they get in on Merc there? They had the rogue go on Merc. So their rogue essentially all in on Merc. I get my protect out on Merc. Go for the trip, but because smoke screen's down, I can't hit shit. I try to protect Merc here, but at this point, we have a couple of people low in a couple different spots. What we should have done here is played this LOS a little bit more. So what we were seeing TMX's team do really well in the matches that they were winning was playing this LOS, and in his comms, he was saying, like, be ready to roll back. And I think one thing that we didn't do here was come back around here and force them to follow us into a disadvantageous area. So even with this, like, I probably should have tried to pull this person instead, and I think if I pull this person instead, then we probably just kill them, right? We had a good route. I walled them off, so they couldn't even get through. And we had half HP. Like, we had bursts going out, I think probably on the wrong targets, because we did have, like, big combos being dropped forward as well. And so, yo, Meta, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. So if all of this was focused on somebody, we almost definitely still have enough damage. Because, like, they have 75, 75. This person drops to 50. And then we also have the cleric that we've grappled in. So I think, like we were talking about earlier, after the tourney, Strike and I were yapping about having, like, the rangers calming which targets are looking juicy. And essentially there, we all go on those targets that are looking juicy, get our status effects out, get our debuffs out. And that would be where we're going to get our kills. Now, here, we do a really good job of getting the trade on one of their, like, DPS. But imagine we didn't lose Merc because we weren't out of position there and we kind of, like, protected a little better. Now, from the cleric standpoint, one thing that I also saw a lot of was you guys were kind of like up here healing. I was watching when like the EU clerics and like the very, very experienced NA clerics were playing. They were back here around this LOS casting like in a straight line here, and it was like a 90. You weren't trying to see the enemy backline, you were just trying to see yours. So essentially, if we're fighting up on this LOS, you could legitimately be like back here. And so we push up here and you're like jitter peeking from this area and like this corner here and making sure that supports aren't really like in a bad spot, standing behind here so they can't jump you that easily. And worst case scenario, if we do drop down, we want to try to like tuck it to the rocks so that way we have the LOS advantage. So even if we do chase this down, when we drop, we want to be aware of where we're dropping. So that way we can kind of like force them into a good spot for us. So when we drop, if we kind of like bring them, like Zop's in a really good spot here, Carla's in a really good spot here as well, and that's probably part of the reason why we were able to keep Merc up for as long as we even did. And we definitely could have done a better job of protecting Merc, but like if we had tucked to the left side there, then we'd probably be good. The rock fucking sucks for healing. It doesn't go off on the rock, couldn't flare or chain. Yeah, I mean, healing around, like, terrain LOS especially is always shitty as hell. So, Axe hits a big... I believe that was a scatter. I think that's the scatter animation. Either way. So, we get big bursts there. Actually, massive bursts. So, we need to be screaming targets out because we had one at 25% and one at 50%. So... in this scenario, if we had calmed this, like, I don't have a ton for this anyways, but if we had calmed that we were looking at these targets and they were weak, like, somebody sees Hood at 50% here, I could have switched to Hood instead of Sun and had grapple up, but instead I helped secure the Sun kill, whereas I could have grappled Hood there and kept Hood in as well. But then we go in a little too deep. I try to force on a cleric again, and I try to force too quickly and call out a burst there because we got the trade, and I was trying to be over aggressive here. So then we lose the backline trade because we're already down one healer. We get staggered, and then it all just kind of like falls apart from there. So I think we basically, after the first pull, went to a bad spot and then staggered literally everything that we had, right? And if we just get into the habit of like, we burst and then we live, and then we burst and then we live, and then we burst and then we live, right? That I think is going to be really good because we have good damage going out. We have the pop going out to secure these kills, even with force support. But what we didn't, I just hit my water bottle onto my titties, sorry. But what we didn't have was, I think, me pacing us on targets properly because of lack of knowledge of like what other classes timers are, because we haven't done a ton of AV8s, and just being a little impatient overall. I picked some bad targets. I picked some hasty initiates. And I think that was a lot of the reason why these cooldowns went out staggered as well. Because I was just kind of like target to target, very, 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 very snappy. So I can do a better job of coordinating like, okay, we're going to burst this person in 3, 2, 1. Like, we're targeting this person. like 5 seconds of everybody going through a combo, and then we're bursting this person in 3, 2, 1, pulls out, snipes are there, like all burst is there, they're dead, we go next. And I think that's our big goal, because we actually counter initiate exceedingly well. We counter initiate very well when we get jumped. It's just a matter of us getting our offensive burst a bit more coordinated. And I think I can primarily help out with that on my end of things, much more than just like, oh, you guys need to know when to cast your spells. I think, like, not only on my end, but as we transition our static comms to more of a group-based yap, instead of like just, you know, we were playing it with essentially me calling targets and initiates and shit. And I think that was a bad way for us to play it. And I think that we didn't help ourselves in any regard with the way that we had it structured. So going forward, I think that'll help us coordinate a lot more. We'll like, one of our DPS will call out the target that we're looking at. Somebody just kind of like gets out of range or out of position. We throw a mark up on them, and we should be, one thing that someone noted to me was we should be calling our targets with like the marks that they have and not by their names. Because it's a lot easier to say like, look diamond, look cross, and, you know, go from there. So marks for calling targets will be large. Yo, sick. What up, brother? What's Rogue's role in this? I mean, Rogue and Warrior won't get into groups. So there were actually a couple of very good rogues that played in this. Now, Rogue had a little controversy in the tourney itself because of a bug where Expose was causing the exposed bard to do more damage, and sometimes just Thanos snap people. So with that, it was a little bit of a weird spot. But there were a couple of very good rogues that did a great job of kind of like a soft initiate. Rogue's got a lot of in-out, and when it goes in, it's got very quick, decisive, you are standing here and getting jumped, and it's going to happen. Especially if you have a combo of like a rogue with a bunch of burst on it. So what we were seeing were rogues jumping in, and they would acrobatic strike somebody. They would trip into the acrobatic strike because trip puts them on the ground. Acrobatic strike puts them off balance. So with off balance, they're rooted and they can't turn. So they're just kind of sitting there facing your backline. If they CC break, if they're a mage, you can't like directionally blink. So you just blink into the enemy backline and then have to get out. And essentially, Rogue can be a very good fisher. In addition to that, I think Rogue also offers very good peels, like protecting the backline very quickly. It's got great movement to enemies and allies. It's got really good CC. It's got some things that can help it live independently, and also very good burst in and of itself. So Rogue tends to be like a little bit of that send and peel type play style, whereas like Tank has a little bit more of the, you know, the send and peel aspect to it as well. But Tank right now tends to be almost like a follow-up level of initiate in really high skill groups. So if we had coordinated our burst a little bit better too, I have on this screen alone, you know, a massive combo lined up. We've got a huge combo, and in 2 seconds I have a trip that's a frontal cone trip, right? And what we don't do is play around that enough. And so we go on Moonkin, and then they actually get the reso on Sun, and we just got pushed in from there. So they actually got a res out on the person that died too. So I think that just kind of shows that once we actually get our burst in and we're not on our back foot, like even being on our back foot and having like our back line jumped, right? We botched the initiate here. I grappled a bad target. We split DPS. We put burst out on the wrong targets and different targets. And we still ended up getting a kill out of that gaggle fuck of an initiate somehow, right? And that just really was not a good initiate. We shouldn't have got a kill out of that. We should have just instantly got 8-0'd. Just being upfront. The fact that we had enough to get a kill out of this means that we just happened to live long enough and press our buttons at the same time on the targets that they forgot to heal. So like, we actually, if we had coordinated, we burst our first target here, right? Because I could have pulled, I don't know, say instead of Moonkin, we switch on Sin, right? And the pull goes out on Sin here, or on Tech jumping our back line. We get them into here. and then they just get full cooked, right? And instead of half of us jumping in, because Zop's here, right? If we had coordinated better and we get a pull on a proper target, we don't botch the pull, and we actually coordinate burst, we also could have turned on tech. Now, I also fucked up on another level here by keeping us on Moonkin, because Moonkin was this far away. I should have instantly had us go on tech instead. They're going to try to get Moonkin out. If we had switched tech here, and everybody jumps tech, then we probably would have been fine as well. Would have been a good trade. But now we're split. We've got, I believe, like 4 down here and 4 up here. So Merc is fighting, you know, for his life here. He's getting beamed. He's getting everything. So we keep him up for a little bit, but he's full anti-healed. He's full targeted. I don't have anything else that I can throw his way. And he just kind of drops. And I think a lot of that was like the initiate again. If we had hit the initiate clean, because watch, we end up getting good enough bursts to just pick up a kill here. Like, one burst from one of our rangers took 2 of them to 50% HP. And then we picked up a free kill. So that's easy. And all it took was 1, 2, 3, 4. And then our backline. So if this was our structure the entire time, then I think we would have been in a way better spot, right? So we're getting kills there. I shouldn't have gone forward here. We should have tried to find where the res was coming from. And probably should have regrouped during that, right? But losing Merc there wasn't good. If, never mention the mage damage, listen here, Mr. Dive Backline. But like, if we didn't lose Merc in that scuffle, then we would have been fine if we would have protected Merc a little better. And I think in this one in particular, playing the LOS, right? So it starts out with us getting here. All of our ranged should be stacked here. We don't want them to see you guys until they come around. We want them to see me and hit me and dump coolies on me. Because if they jump me, I can CC break wall and then they have to come all the way around. So in this scenario, like, we want to protect our backline and like that free casting pocket, right? So in New World, we called it the healer pocket. And hold on. You give me 1 sec. I just gotta get something. Let's see. Oh no, this is, yes. Yes. I found the screen marker that I like to use. We're up tremendous. We're up absolutely tremendous. Now I can draw. Thank you. All right. Pop. And then we go here. Here. All right. So essentially, cursor, boop, boop. Rook could just smoke bomb the ranger snipe target for insane value. Smoke bomb isn't 100%. It is more percent, but rogue can do a lot. Now, originally in our stack, we did have a rogue in the stack, but like our rogue may or may not have slept through. So instead of going 3 support, we ended up going 4 support. 4 support's fine. Like, we could have made it work without the rogue, and a lot of the groups did, right? But right here, this area is all their LOS, right? And we want me to essentially be baiting, and outside of that LOS, that's where we want everyone to kind of stay, right? So with that, as it shapes up, we're getting a little peaky. And it's fine for a couple people to be out, but when we go up and have a lot of people out here, right? Keep in mind, we now have Merc's actually in a good spot. But if we had all of you guys over here as well, instead of getting split off and Merc getting in a point where they come around the corner and all they see is Merc, they would have come around and they would have got, ideally, I don't fuck up here. And that pull brings the person into like this area, right? and that would have helped out a lot more. But the pull went deep. We pulled the wrong target. Either way, we should have been able to adjust this. So I'm going to end up dropping a wall here to get them segmented off. And essentially, when the wall goes down, we have targets that are killable. So we should have, instead of going back for Moonkin, who's all the way back here, because Moonkin, I was in the wrong corner. That's okay. That's okay. This is why we look at stuff. So basically, instead of me telling us to stay on Moonkin all the way back there, Moonkin's got to go here, and the team has to meet up with Moonkin, right? Meanwhile, they have one rogue that's committing to Merc. If we had turned here, and keep in mind, like, we shouldn't be really out here in the first place. And honestly, where Strike is pretty good spot. And if we had forced them around the corner and kind of had like more of this support, almost that counter jump, instead of having us go on Moonkin, I should have had a snap here, and we could have jumped the rogue and probably got CC off because there was a second one here as well. So rogue is here, and then they come in with a mage, I believe, with the uppies. And so both of these kills, Sin should have been the initial grapple target in the first place. I was impatient with this. And this is a thing that fucked the fight for us in the first place. So as we look forward, I get impatient and I'm like, I gotta get this off. I gotta get this off. I gotta get this off. I won't do that in the future. That's my bad. Literally, I need to not do that in the future. I have Sin targeted here. Very high value. Mages are very easy to kill right now because they're blank. They can't like omnidirectionally blink. It's just forward. So if we get a pull in on them and CC and they're facing this way, they blink further in and then have to get out. So mages, rangers, those are going to be your high value pull targets. So I basically should have waited on that and not tried to force the pull on the healer. And when I switch to the healer, keep in mind, they have nothing out on them. Literally nothing out on them. Not a thing. And so I go too quickly, target to target on the wrong target. And I think just starting out, if I had called the right target, like even Hood here, if we want to go on somebody early, I could have snatched this and then walled this, and he would have been back here with nothing. So if I want to go fast, I need to go fast on the right target, because as we're coming up, realistically, if we just go into this saying everybody sprint, we're getting up here and we're going to grapple the first one that we see, get ready. Like, you guys hug the wall here to the left, right? You hug the left here, and then once Hood comes up, I could have switched to that and then grappled that very quickly. But Sin here should be the prio. And I shouldn't be pulling 10 seconds into the fight. I shouldn't be. It was too quick. We had no chip damage out. No spells had even been cast. And so it was a forced grapple. Sin's already up here. So we could have just punished this if I was also more patient. I shouldn't have used this, and we should have been trading. So they go back there, and instead of this, and instead of this, we just go into basic attacks on Moonkin at first, force Moonkin back, right? And then after Moonkin goes back, I wouldn't be in this cast, and I could say, oh shit, Sin's too far forward. We're going to go on Sin in 3, 2, 1. I trip Sin instantly, keep Sin CC'd, and we could have killed this very quickly because their cleric's moving backwards, and this is a mage that's too far forward because LOS requires them to make sure that they're able to see. They can't see around the corner. So essentially, it's just a botched initiate, and that's why we lose. We initiated because of my calls too soon on a bad target, and we also had split bursts going out. Hardest thing to coordinate in groups, but if you can coordinate it in groups, your group wins. So very simply put, all of our things that went out were quite staggered and just in bad places, and I didn't help that. So as a result, our pull goes down, our wall goes down. While the wall's down, they're able to just run around it. Sin was free casting and then comes in on the back line instead of being dead there. So that's a good chunk of the damage that Merc is taking. If Sin was already dead there, they wouldn't have been able to full send on this right side. They would have had to play a little different. And Merc would not have been in a bad spot. So we could have kept Merc on this rock here and played back into this rock this way instead of playing outward. So holding our height there. Wait. Oh, I can just go cursor mode there. So playing our height right there is probably the biggest thing. It's nice to have comms for just status effects. You can kind of know what's going on. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think, like, genuinely, I can turn comms on too. But like, I was just calling targets way too quickly, and we were going very, very, very impatiently. So like,
keep Merc out, keep Merc out, keep Merc out. We need to keep Merc up, we need to keep Merc up. Stay on Moonkin, stay on Moonkin. Just trade this, trade this. I'm healing, I'm healing, I'm healing, I'm healing. Merc's gonna need help. Merc needs a lot of help. Merc needs a lot of help.
and like Moonkin's far gone. We shouldn't even be thinking about Moonkin at this point. We call out a DPS and the DPS instantly dies.
Merc's gonna need help. Merc needs a lot of help. Merc needs a lot of
Yeah.
help.
So
We need to get on Sun on our back line. Alright, get on their back. Look at Moonkin, look at Moonkin. I'm gonna grab one.
So we keep, like, I just keep obsessively going back to this cleric for some reason. And I don't even know what my obsession is with going on this cleric that has no status effects or anything like that. But genuinely, I don't know. I should not have been going on that. So here we need to look here. We need to look here. And essentially, like, because I called to go on their backline, Zob's in on their backline trying to get damage across here. And so he's getting himself into a bad spot while Belligerent's getting fucked up here. So our bards are there, our damage is here, and then coming in from here. They're rezzing, and so while they're rezzing, it wasn't Moonkin, it was their other cleric back here. So like we needed to trade another DPS while they were rezzing to have any chance. So essentially, this entire thing, if we had A, started our initiate properly, and B, not positioned outward and like brought the fight out here, I think could have been avoided. So we could have this entire time just kind of like played soft, protected Merc back in this area, and then like use the LOS to our advantage almost to like reset it. So we protect Merc, we go back across this area, and once that initial jump happens, motherfuck my ass. I shouldn't have grappled that either. Yeah, I was just playing so impatient. I was playing so impatient.
Sin's far forward right now. I might be able to get a grab on Moon.
So like here, if we were all just like in this area, I think it would have been a lot better off. Like this is the safe zone here. So that way when they come up, we can get the pew-pews, and they have to come all the way around into us to get that same trade, or they have to swing wide to get the trade. And we broke that formation first, so they were able to kind of like advantageously push out. On a singular comp for this type of tourney, using pull to secure kills rather than initiate would have netted some. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. You really want to Moonkin? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I guess I just fucking hate that guy. Like, I was way too set on trying to kill a cleric here. Clerics are already a hard kill, and I didn't make it any easier for us to kill any other targets. And we switched to a DPS and killed them in half a second. Like, legitimately half a second. We absolutely could have been bursting DPS, and I just didn't set us up in a good spot. So
I'm pulling Moonkin,
Cool.
Go.
So wall hits.
Burst Moonkin.
But he is...
Moonkin in the back. Moonkin's way in the back.
Okay.
So, like, if I didn't call all of you guys, because you guys played properly, I said to burst Moonkin, you guys went all the way back there to burst Moonkin. You're up tremendous. You guys responded properly to a bad call. Like, this is going to be a roast of me. Because a lot of the reason that we lost was not because you guys weren't pressing shit. It was because I was having us press shit on the wrong targets. I've made bad calls before. I learned from it. Easy peasy. And I think this is one of the best things. You guys all responded to that in the proper way, right? And from there, you guys are pressing over to Moonkin, trying to secure a kill on a target that shouldn't be getting kill secured, while I should have had this entire clump over here. And if we were here in the first place, then I still probably would have told you to kill the wrong target. But also, if we had set up better, we killed this group really quick, and then instead of me trying to peel Merc by myself and Carla trying to heal, we would have been able to like ball up here, and then we get Merc out, and instead of Merc rolling this way, Merc rolls this way, and then with you guys coming over here, Merc rolling back, we go back around the LOS here. I think that probably would have been the best play, open to discussion. But I think it starts out with like, I called us on a bad target. We were positioned a little too out here. And when I called you guys to kill a bad target, it completely put us out of position. You guys actually balled up like crazy to go to the wrong target, which was over here, which I called. You guys made a good play. If we started here and I kept us on the right target, I think this dies while Mert goes back. We kill one of these and then basically like just have momentum from there. And like Zop said, this type of comp using pull to secure kills rather than initiate as well. Grab is really good for initiating, but if you're using it to secure kills, people are going to go in anyways. You can stalemate, and then counter initiate. And that's something I should have leaned into more in my tank kit as well, is like playing off of that bait. So they jump Merc here, Merc rolls back, then I wall them in right here, right? And if I was playing around that better, it would have essentially looked like they jump Merc, Merc goes back, my wall goes here, gets these two guys caught, these four people would have already been over here, and then we would have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Zop's probably somewhere over here, just kind of like playing off of this. And so we would have had a 7 versus 2 or 8 versus 2, secured 2 kills really quickly, had momentum. Merc lives at 46% rolling back, and then we would have been fine. So also, what up, Maka? How you doing today? Ash is back tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. Hi, Salve. A shot caller admitting to making mistakes. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I was paid good money for this stream. It's a sponsored stream. It's also really easy to counter with Ranger Vines. When one of them jumps a team, he vines behind them and his team can't follow. Yeah, exactly. And if I didn't have you guys going on that different target and like we played it a little bit more patiently because like I wasn't having us frantic looking for kills, we could have vines this as well. So like vines here, wall goes down, we call out the target, snipe, lightning strike, dead. And I think that is how quick we need to be with it. So I absolutely agree. I think so. Let's look at the fight. Just had that happen, right? So we go back and
we're good.
Just take away, for instance, the entire grapple. Even if we don't grapple this, right? Say we're just chilling and they're getting ready to make their dive. We don't send this grapple and we're just throwing trades out. Sin is about to go in anyways, and we do get a big root here, but they're getting trade out and they're already out this way. So they've got the uppies and they're about to go in. So if I don't grapple and we don't throw those initial bursts, we walk them back. So essentially we aggro them. We aggro them and then like trickle them back around the corner. And then once they're in this little pocket, we get the vines, we get the wall here instead of here. And that would essentially create death here. Were you in the final? No, we didn't even make it through to brackets. We played in a very tough group and did not play very well, which is why we're VOD reviewing it so much now. But yeah, we had some moments that were very good and a lot of moments where, because I was putting us on bad targets with bad cadence, it essentially set us up for 0 success. So that's the big thing with this fight. I had us going on the wrong targets and I wasn't being patient enough at all. In the slightest. I had 0 patience about anything that I was doing. And that's something that I need to be much better with in the future. It's got to be trades and trades and trades. And then not forcing the advantage and trying to create it from nothing, but waiting for that advantageous spot. So we could have essentially just stuck a little bit closer, used this LOS to our advantage, and used this as essentially like a kill zone around the corner. They turn the corner, we get attacks out on a proper target, we heal up, we counter, we protect Merc, and then we're good. Because they're going in here anyways. Like, they had the uppies popped, which is why the grapple got so fucked in the first place. But even here, right in this instant, if I said, okay, fuck that target, even if I grappled it and said fuck that target, I call this out, right? And this gets peeled instantly and then dies. Just if this is our first movement, then I think that this still probably dies and we'd be fine anyways. Because then we could still turn and make space. But I think with how far this target was out, basically calling that target out made us swing wide, give up any of our LOS advantage. And if we just collapsed here, collapsed here, and then Merc rolls back this way, Carla rolls back this way, and then we essentially play here back, right? In this area. Then I think that would essentially be what we would have needed to do to be a little bit better off there. And even being out in this spot, we could have lived this. We 100% could have. So using LOS, knowing where we're going, where we're exiting when we're getting jumped, like Merc's original positioning was fine here. This was a good spot to be in because we could have just played like the rock ledge is like right here. And so we could have just played this and been perfectly fine, right? But we just need to recognize that sooner. I've got to have us on better targets. And I honestly think with how much damage we had, we could have bursted probably a DPS and a half by now. With how much went out split, with how much went out on the wrong target, definitely. So this fight, play it through. Essentially, we just get our clump broken in half because of that. So Merc ends up dying because we couldn't do much with how split we were to actually save Merc. They tried to go back up to the rocks. Merc dropped down from the rocks because we didn't communicate where we were going. And that's just something we all could have played better to keep Merc up. They get a res up on this ranger after we kill the ranger. And from there, we essentially just, I shouldn't have gone in on this. I should have kept like this line consistent and tried to help us reset. Again, thinking LOS oriented. Pulling back around this way would have allowed us to reset around the rocks. So like using these little nooks and crannies for range, very, very, very good. A lot of players were doing that. This res goes out, but in that time, because we didn't do much to help our backline, everyone was so low at this point. Like Carla's 1% HP, Merc's dead, Belligerent's 4% HP. And from there, we just like lose everybody very, very quickly. And I think it all started with like not having that clean initiate and that clean trade at the start. So that's that round. And then I'm in the sky for a very long time. Thank God we had people rezzing after this because this was a terrible run back. Let's see. We're not going to play again for a little bit. I don't know how long it was until we played next, but Ranger Snipe is the 3.4 second cast time. One thing that we can do is start channeling the skill and the gauge so we get the snipe damage at the same time as you jump on them. So there is also Ranger tech right now. So let me find it real quick. And I will show you a tidbit of information that you guys may want as Rangers. And this is from one of the winning Rangers in the tourney itself. So I'll have to kind of like pull it up like this. But so Fizz attack speed. You'll notice very specifically that the Fizz attack speed is right around 100%. 99.8. In game, it was 100%. And the reasoning for this is that you want to do thundering behind you. So you know how a bard will turn away and cast discordance? So the discordance floats up and around, and then they do their finisher while the discordant notes hit. So with 100% attack speed, you turn away, you lightning arrow behind you on the target. The lightning arrow floats up, you turn, you snipe, and then you headshot all at the same time, and that's what hits. So in theory, between 2 rangers, we would have 6 abilities going out at the same time. And then that would be all of the rest of our damage on top of that. Nobody would live if we are doing that all together. So I think that for our initiates, I need to get us a target that's in a good spot for that. And then you and Streg sync that shit up like hand in hand. And if we're able to do that, then we are going absolutely berserk on people, especially other DPS. So lightning arrow, turn and look away, or like what, thundering shot or some shit like that, whatever your lightning arrow thing is. The one that you can cast around you, either way. Turn, look away, cast that, it goes around, turn back, snipe, headshot, target dies. And a lot of that is facilitated by the attack speed. It essentially, with the attack speed, makes all of your timers sync right up, so all of your damage is as instantaneous as possible. You can also get empowered by mage. I believe you can also get foil, alacrity. What's the attack speed thing? Bard gives 2 forms of it, right? So yeah. Yeah. With what Zob said, we got that vine. So I think the rogue and mage insta die. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Merc, I agree. I think like countering off of vines and just being in a better spot overall is the winner of that fight for us. So keep in mind as well, Beast Warden's prod and Steel Shield, very, very, very usable. Ruvidium Longbow, big source of fizz attack speed. If you guys do want to go that fizz attack speed route, which I would recommend. 1 Glittering Spall Ring, 1 Obsidian, double Lumidon Earring, Lumidon Necklace, Dunmore Helm, Dustpaw Warhide, Grizzler Sleeves, Infernal Fists for Fizz Pen. So there are some big believers in Fizz Pen. Apparently testing has been done and it is global, just like minus mitigation on people. So Pen is back on the menu. Lungs of the Abyss, and then Wind Lord Pants for the Fizz crit chance to boost that crit chance a little bit. That's if you're not going like Brine Breaches or anything like that. Boots of the Tardy, Iron Pauldrons for that extra Fizz power rating. Winstead Citizen's Cloak to round it up. So pretty achievable set, very straightforward. Beast Warden's prod, you can also get Igneous Striker, Ruvidium Mace, any of those. Steel Shield is just juiced because it's got that 839 Fizz power rating. And if somebody jumps you, you just block. You simply just block. So he also included his trees and what he's running. So very kind of him too, but if people are not running this, potentially take a look at what you are running and see how it could potentially get changed up. So Headshot's a big facilitator. Deal 200% physical damage to target enemy. Deals 25% more damage to targets below 50% max health. And applies 1 stack of wounded for every 25% health missing from the target. Fizz Pen increased by 25% against dazed targets. And this bonus is doubled against silenced targets. So like, you pop that as your third ability in the sequence directly after your Thundering Shot and your snipe get to the target, and that's massive. Then you have Headshot deals another 50% more damage to targets below 50% of their max health. So Mortal Headshot, insane. Not going there with Refreshing Headshot because you don't really need the point. Then you go up to, I believe this, whatever this is. Thanks for the description. Is that Power Shot or something like that? Probably Power Shot. Either way, barrage, power shot. Okay, cool. I don't know what power shot does, but I knew it was power shot. Fires a continual barrage of arrows, blah, 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 blah. Is what it is, filler. But the big combo is your snipe, your thundering shot, and your headshot. And also marking your target, right? But like, thundering shot, 200% damage and applying 10 stacks of shock to the target. If the target stays, the effect is consumed and the target becomes silenced, right? Silence, keep that in mind. The arrow transforms into an explosive shot that deals 25% more damage and also hits an area around the target, but the number of stacks of shock applied to the targets is reduced by 5. Or reduced to 5. 25% more damage, 225. Pretty straightforward, unless more is a global multiplier. Either way, a lot of damage coming out from that, right? Then, with the timing of it, AoE damage also, yes. So with the timing of it, you're also hitting your snipe. 400% damage and applying shaken. If the target's bleeding, 1 stack is consumed and that becomes hemorrhaging. Taking both of these, gain 20% increased attack speed for 5 seconds after casting snipe. And snipe has 30% increased chance to crit against enemies hit beyond 20 meters. So, turn thundering shot over your back. Turn back, cast your snipe. And then once your snipe goes out, you want to hit your headshot directly after your snipe because that's going to drop the targets below 50%. Zombler, hello. What are we yapping about now? Ranger shit. We got the winning EU Ranger build. So we're VOD reviewing our matches from the tourney. And like we went through one match and already figured out just a ton of shit that we could do better. And so we're very like just getting into the VOD reviews as a whole and going from there. So as of right now, this is what we're cooking up. Not what we're cooking up, but what they cooked up. Is there another point available? Oh, I think there's another point available. I don't know where his last point goes. Is this? I don't know if it's bear or if it's something else. But I don't know if I click something. I don't know if I click something. Either way. Either way. What's this? Enhance armament. Wait. No. Either way. But basically, that's a big combo we play around. And we need to set that up because Heart-Seeking Snipe has increased crit chance. Like, it's just nuts. If we have 2 Rangers that are popping this, especially if our Rangers are popping it on the same targets, it's going to be absolutely fucking massive. Absolutely fucking massive. Let's see. Oh, this was right before downtime. Double mark the target too? Yeah. There's a lot that you could do. It's a lot that you could do. So this was the big controversial match that happened. Huge controversy. So we won't sit on this one for too long because this was actually like a huge thing that had a lot of motherfuckers pissed off. That was fucking hilarious overall. But yeah, just genuinely, I think engaging properly without being impatient is the biggest thing. So same thing here. We use the LOS really well. So notice the difference when we are back in here, how much they have to come up and play versus like us being too far out. So we were able to protect because we were in that, like that proper LOS. And so they go in, big wall goes out to block them off, and we instantly turn on the correct target, the one that's too far. So because of the response and how quickly we hit, this target just got too deep and instantly just got nuked. And then realistically, even at this point, we're stabilizing, and then supposedly this is when their big grief comes in. Didn't you wall them off? Yes, I walled them off in the back. So when they went in, they dive, and I see them all diving, and I wall off their Bard and Grapply. So yeah. I walled off their Bard and Grapply, and the Bard just went way too deep, and we turned and killed the Bard. And then I think if we were faster, we probably could have just killed 2 there. Grapply stayed too long and ended up dying here anyways. And then that's the big controversial route that 3 of them fucking walked backwards into. And then essentially from there, we just go in. And this match had motherfuckers yelling at each other. Yelling at each other. There was like a whole breakdown in the patch notes. Not the patch notes, the downtime. There was an entire fucking debacle over this. But with how quickly we actually got like the kills off of the counter engage, like controversy, anything else aside with this, how we played that counter engage was actually very good. And if we played like all of our initiates the way that we played this one, with everybody having the burst ready, like that was a bard, which is one of the harder targets to burst in the meta. And that bard still died very, 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 very quickly. Very, very, very quickly. I don't know what our next match is. Because we fight Godji's team. And that was actually a good fight for us. Where the hell? That's Draco. We're off our mount. Us against Godji's team was a good match. Oh, wait. Was this it? I believe this might have been it. Which match was this? Holiday. Okay, cool. This will be a good one to look at as well. Nin, hello. Boner, E2? Something like that. We're VOD reviewing. So we're getting a lot of information from this. And I think the entire stack is just straight like learning this entire time. And it's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. We've already got a ton of like actual yaps out that are very valid. And watching one match that we lost changed the entire way that the entire stack was looking at playing. So it's really cool. Do we get backpack stream? Low is gone. Backpack stream coming soon, TM. We had some other things to shore up today. I had to find hiking boots, so I wasn't doing 2 weeks in Walmart hiking boots. Because we were trying to cope yesterday and say that like the Walmart hiking boots would break in and feel good for the 2 weeks and they'd be fine. They're not going to be fine. So we went to a place that's like a more specialized hiking boot store. And they had some online clearance that was an absolute banger of a deal. So I'm going to be picking up some absolute slapper hiking boots. It is, let's see, Chicago style hot dog. I'm getting Solomon cross hike 2s, and they are $110 off on the clearance. And supposedly they're a very comfy and like lightweight, kind of like moderate hiking shoe. If you're doing extreme like Everest shit, it's not recommended, but like they're waterproof, they're lightweight, they're comfy. And I think that's going to be way better than a Walmart hiking boot, which hurt my feet yesterday while I was wearing them on stream. Like, I wasn't even walking around hiking and my fucking feet hurt. Those slap? Bro, they're drippy as fuck. Wait, your dad actually has them? Nah, no shot. No shot your dad straight up has those. Okay, that's fucking legendary. That is absolutely massive. Solid angle support. Yeah, we're up tremendous. You can check in now for your flight. Oh, fuck. That's coming up fast as a motherfucker. Takes a while to break in decent hiking boots. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We'll be walking a lot every day for 2 weeks. And, like, breaking them in, as long as they're comfy in the first place, will be much better than breaking in Walmart hiking boots. And we paid $59 for the Walmart hiking boots. And these are $79.99 on clearance. So I'm fucking pumped. And like they're kind of drippy. You'll be much better off. Yeah, that's the thought. Because we are traveling a lot. We have 7 people, I believe it is. And it's going to be packed. So we're very like limited on the luggage that we can bring. Like a lot of us have a backpack and that's basically it. And with us bringing out the IRL backpack and being very selfish, Solomon, cross hike to mid. Open image, new tab. These. Your dad has the all black ones? Oh, I bet the all black ones are fucking drippy. Oh, shit. I bet the all black ones go so fucking hard. Oh, god damn. But yeah, these look nuts. They have the Gore-Tex, so they're like all waterproof. Like, they look comfy as shit. I tried on another Solomon pair before we left because I have to go pick these up at a different store. And these, like the Solomons that we tried, were really nice. Oh, wait, Nuggies, are you a big hiker as well? So are you a big Solomon voucher? I love that. I love that. Okay, huge. So, yeah, these are $80 on clearance. So we're going to go down. We're going to snag these. It's like right off the interstate on the way down to Boston. So I'll be getting them and then immediately putting them on. Oh, wait, that means I'm either going to have to go into the store barefoot, travel with a second pair of shoes. Oh, wait, I can wear my flip-flops down because we're allowed a pair of flip-flops, but nothing bulky. So I'll have to like wear my flippy floppies down and then get my hiking boots all set up and on. Meow, Quinn, how are you? I've done a ton of hiking in the past, almost finished majority of 4K footers in New Hampshire and Maine. That's fucking fire. That's fucking fire. I forget that motherfuckers are from the Northeast and like people up here are from Maine. Like, or people in stream are from Maine. That's something I still don't realize that people actually watch my stream and shit. So it's always weird to me when people mention Maine and I'm like, wait, you know where I am? Go barefoot? Just walk into the hiking boot store just completely barefoot? This is what I've been wearing for the past 20 years. Okay, these are kind of drippy. They'd be insane with like the high tops or the mids. Because apparently these are mids. I don't want to know what highs are. But if it was this with a higher ankle, oh yeah. Oh, they'd be drippy as fuck. These look like they're going to be insanely comfortable though. Hopefully. But the all black is clean. I got the highs, but only because they were clearance. It's too high. How high is the high? They are the mids? Oh, clean. I got like $300 boots for $30. Jesus. Yeah, so these are apparently supposed to be $190 retail and they're on clearance for $80. So we went to a nearby store today and we were basically like, we saw them online and we were like, do you guys have these by chance? And they're like, it's at a different store. We'll have to check. And so they called the other store and the other store had them. So they put them on hold for me, which is fantastic. Can't wait. Going by to pick them up tomorrow morning. And we were like, do we go down and get them today or... And we went around to a few different stores in the area and tried on like other pairs. And I was just like, for the price, I don't think we're beating this. Like, this is an actual ass, like, I hike a lot boot. I would look like I knew what I was doing with this shit. It's like buying a Shure SM7B and then just yapping into it all day. People think you're a real streamer in no time. So I'm excited. They're probably going to be a much better choice than my Walmart hiking boots were. Absolutely. I just got the first available photo. Oh, yeah. Okay. Those are the Jordans. You'll be bumped. I love that. So, yeah, I mean, the people at the store were like, it's an absolute banger of a boot, basically. Like, the store clerks were kind of weird. But, like, they were like, yeah, it's a really good brand, really good boot. Like, completely waterproof. Lightweight. If you're doing extreme hiking, I'd recommend something heavier duty, but anything other than that, you're probably good. And we're going through Iceland. We're not going to be doing fucking Everest or anything, right? So we should be fine in that regard. I'm not too caught up and worried about that. And I think that for the value, like, those will probably cover me for a very, very, very long time. I think if you buy something good, you should be set for a long time. So that's my goal. And I think between spending $59.99 on Ozark Trail Walmart hiking boots and spending $80 on those, I think the $20 difference is fucking worth it. I'll be honest. I'm willing to make that upgrade. So we'll snag those bad boys tomorrow. I'll be rocking them on the plane and shit. So we'll be all dripped out. I also have to wear like a crossbody for the IRL backpack. So, apparently, according to Carla, I look very tactical and cool in all of the fits. So, I have the Solomon Quest Force. Drop me a link. I'll be right back. I have to go get water. Wait. sure was a refreshing rip of water. My goodness gracious. My great googly moogly. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Solomon Yops. Where'd my music go? Play music, bitch. Spotify, pay you for one thing. Oh, okay. Wait, those are drippy. Okay, those are tactical. Yeah, those are drippy as fuck. Those look comfy too. Tuesday. Hello, brother. I hope you've been well. I appreciate you so much. We're getting ready to leave for Iceland tomorrow. And today, they didn't put the servers up for me despite me asking. So, we got a lot of the finalizing done for the Iceland trip and all of the packing. And we've got a little bit more to get all situated overnight. And then we leave like tomorrow at noon. So, you guys will very likely either get a Boston airport area stream, especially if things are running ahead of schedule, or a stream early morning tomorrow before we leave in the first place. But once we're in Iceland and we land, you guys will be getting relatively normal Dusty content. I'm not gonna lie. So still streams every day. And our itinerary actually puts us back at our campsite by like 2 p.m. EST-ish. So sometimes streams will start a little later than that, but it'll actually be more consistent than my current schedule is. So it's been chaotic, but essentially, when Ashes is up, we're going to have mostly Ashes streams on those days with just crazy-ass backdrops because we'll be in Iceland and we'll be chilling at campgrounds and all of that beautiful stuff. And then on downtime days, instead of sitting here in my Hermie Miller VOD reviewing, you guys will be IRL streaming with us, man. You guys will be here walking through Iceland, going through Iceland, doing a bunch of cool shit. We are traveling the entire country now. Apparently, I thought it was just west and south, but I guess we're going east and north now too. So we are traveling the entire country. And in 2 weeks, you guys will get multiple IRL streams, multiple Ashes streams. And when we're back, it's grind time. It's getting ready for August. It's locking in. And then once August hits, we do as much as we can to be as good as we can. October hits, TwitchCon. We get as lit as we can. We're back from TwitchCon, and then I probably can't spend any money because Christmas. And then after that, we're looking at what we have for travel next year, man. And it's going to be a crazy rest of the year. The second half of this year is going to fly the fuck by. There are so many things that I'm genuinely excited for. And I know that Ashes might be in a lull right now. Sub count now is lower than it was a couple months ago. But genuinely, I think that everything is going so unbelievably well for the future that, you know, a few months from now, we're going to be in a great spot. Ashes is going to be rolling with 24/7 accessibility for Phase 3. Hopefully, the big pain points now that we have are resolved. People are happy being in the playtest. A lot of people have come back to the playtest. And I'm going to be sticking it out regardless because I'm having a lot of fucking fun still. I'll be completely honest. Toast! Packing's going amazing, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 7-day streak, dude. Hopefully it doesn't get nuked by Iceland, but I believe in you. I'm extremely, extremely, extremely confident in your abilities to not get your streak nuked. I think tomorrow will probably be the hardest day for people. I will put out a ping in my Discord when I'm streaming tomorrow because it'll probably be like a, I don't know, a coffee and like cum or something like that. I need to think of a witty name for it. So, we'll see. We'll get it all situated. Wait, was this dude helping them? Either way. Either way. Either way. So, yeah, it's... Man, I think it's going to be a really good time. And then, like I said, when we get back, we have so much to look forward to Ashes-wise. Phase 3 coming up means that all of our prep is hopefully going to be implemented in a worthwhile way. This phase, we're still doing well for ourselves. Much better than we did last phase. And progress is being made. We're bridging the gaps. And all of the effort that people are putting into gear, to PvP, to participate, even though Ash is in a down state, it's genuinely going to make a world of difference when August 4th comes around and Phase 3 hits and we need to level, we need to gear, we need to cruise through as quickly as possible to get everyone all set up. And if we do that, and it's smoother than this phase, which it will be, we're going to be stronger. And realistically, if people do go back to EU, if some NA guilds spread out, there's going to be more opportunity for other guilds to move up in the competitive scene as well. and we're going to keep working to try to move up as much as we can. So some people may be burning out. Some people may be lacking a little bit of motivation here and there. But like, from our perspective, we are so focused on launch as our long-term goal that anything that happens in between now and then doesn't matter. We are the true definition as a community of embrace the suck. We are saying this is bad, but we're going to figure out what's bad about it, articulate our thoughts in a good way, and we're going to grit our teeth and get through it until it gets better so we can help it get better. And this community, I hope, is going to be an everlasting thing in Ashes. And by the time Ashes launches, we will have so many people that are so used to the grind and the grit of playtesting that launch for us is just smooth sailing. We don't have to worry about exploiting. We don't have to worry about a bad reputation. We don't have to worry about any of that because we do things the right way. We don't get involved in any of the shit that is, you know, what you need to do to win. And we're going to show everyone that you can do pretty well for yourself while also not doing slimy shit. And by launch, people will see that. And anytime before launch, doesn't really matter how fast we're progressing as long as we're progressing. That's the biggest thing. So, first fight that we looked at, we got a little too far out and initiated a little quick. So, first thing that we're doing here that's already a little bit better is kind of like playing this LOS, right? And I want to see how we kind of like break up against this because these guys played very aggro. Yeah, these guys just jumped right in on us. And I think that recognizing it a little bit faster, we realistically could have got a comeback against this. We could have hit a counter here. So, like, let's hear comms.
Holiday could be a good burst. That's one of their bards. Fat Yams griefing them in the back. Thirdborn fighter. All right, I'm going to go pull on third.
Yeah, they had a really fast jump.
Burst third. Keep everything going. Burst all this. Look at third. Third is marked. We're gonna go.
Yeah, it was just sloppy comms. A lot of it was just sloppy comms. So like, we actually survived this and we should have just reset. We should have just reset. We survived this. I should have just had us fuck all the way off back here. But again, I was playing very impatient as a caller here. So we didn't even need to really like. This could have been good, but we're also taking a lot of damage.
Smasher mark.
He got out.
Keep burst on smasher.
We need to reset still.
Axe is down. We gotta get burst on smasher.
I think here we need to reset everything.
My wall isn't coming up. Switch to proof.
I can't tell you.
Getting 100-0 in this one. So, what led to you dying here? Let's watch it without comms so we can focus on this shit. I wanted to hear what the comms were, but yeah, it was just the same thing as the last one. I didn't give us a good target to initiate on, right? And I didn't really coordinate anything for us. We got caught a little off guard there and should have just like absorbed and like gone with it. And so like here, compare this to our positioning in the first one. It's a lot better. This is way better. And as a result, they have to come across, they all in. And instead of our healers needing to be in a spot where we panic and peel, we kind of like absorb this, roll with it. I should have walled this immediately here and then had us try to burst one of these targets. And we reacted a little bit slow, just collectively. We could have done so many things so much quicker. And I should have got a wall off way faster. Still could have walled at any point, and by now I'm silenced. I've got every debuff on me in the game. So at this point, since we don't get anything, we're all healed up. I think at this point, excuse me, we regroup. I think we just use our positioning, and instead of trying to push forward on them, like Carla and Wood actually had a right idea. So we had a few people that went backwards with it. And so this is what we want to try to do, right? Just kind of like, you can't see that. But essentially like back around this way and play like this part of the LOS. So here we want to have not even our casters up here. So you guys being in this initial clump right here, we don't want that. If we know that they're on this side and they're coming from here, I want my casters here. Right? Does that make sense? All of my casters, all of my, like, well, at least my supports. Like, DPS can be a little more forward, but I want my supports in this scenario back here. I want us to use this LOS that's here to kind of like engage, get poke with our DPS, fish them in, and then have that level of safety around the LOS itself. Dusty, what? You have a picture of your chicken. Like larger. Like larger? Well, I may always have one larger. Hold on. Why? What you need? Let's see. How much larger do you need? Oh, how nice it would have been. Oh, how nice it would have been. We were so optimistic. We were so confident. Hoofsy! What up, brother? How you doing today? We're VOD reviewing. And apparently also showing chick pics. So, we're up tremendous. I hope you're having a good day, brother. I appreciate you coming through. I appreciate you coming through. Iceland tomorrow. Very, very nervy. Very scared. Very excited, though. So, we're looking at our fight against Holiday right now. Why did this not actually, like... Bruh, is it paint? What's causing this? What the hell? Did I lock that? Weird. Why is that happening? Oh, now it's gone. Okay. Weird. Time for a bike ride. Stationary or outdoors? And what did you do to your lawn today? Ow! I just hit my shit on my desk. Okay, so right here, the positioning. I thought Carlo was gonna like give me shit for the positioning call out, but right here, I want this to be like tank here, right? Looking out this way, and then I want my DPS, my damage dealers to be here, right? And then I want my supports out here. This is where I want it to be. Thanks so much, hosts. Hosts to go. Outdoors mountain bike. Ooh, very fun. Be safe. Wear a helmet. Wear protection. You never know when you're going to fall and, you know, slip into some random person's booty and catch something. So always wear protection on your mountain bike. I prefer a helmet, elbow pads, and 2 condoms, just in case. So, essentially, structuring wise, and positioning wise, in these fights, and in fights where there is an LOS present, I want our, we'll just say like supports. We'll literally just say supports. That's a 2. There. So I want our tank, like, or our front line. If we have a rogue, then this can be rogue as well. I want this up here, poking, trying to figure out, you know, where it's going to come in from, and trying to get somebody in and around this corner and CC'd. Once we're around this corner, and honestly, even damage dealers, you could play like here to here, but essentially making sure that you're on the back half of this LOS. So you're going to be looking for essentially like this peak, right? So once they push in, we're going to want to capitalize on that, and we'll want to basically punish in here. The reason that we want to punish in this area and kind of like absorb back is because if we have our supports that are stationed back here, they've got this entire LOS covered, right? And so once they've got that covered, they have here and everything like here covered. So we don't want to force our supports to come out and be visible at all, Because if they're free casting both bards and clerics, and they had started back in that spot, right? They had started back here with our supports, then that first jump would have been easily countered too, and they would have had to have gone a little bit further to actually get into us. So we absorbed their jump forward really well in the first place, right? So they jump forward, and I should have walled here. In a full jump forward, I just need a wall. I need to get out of this, and I need a wall. If I wall this here, we probably get kills. Literally just wall that here. If I wall that here, wall this here, and we go on Thurb, then we probably kill it. But I was slow. And because I didn't wall here, they were able to walk forward and get more. And now they have 5 on that LOS, right? So essentially, what would have happened there in an ideal? Our supports are back here. Damage dealers are already here. And tanks up here poking. They go in this area. And I drop back. I wall when it is slightly sooner. So as they come in, I have time. I get CC'd. I shake it off. And I instantly pop my grapple. I try to grapple Thurb, but that gets interrupted. But I had plenty of time to get a wall off. Plenty of time to get a wall off. Anytime they're sending, I need to get into the habit of just breaking up their send with a wall. So here, essentially, instead of our instinct being out, our instinct is back in the future. That's our goal. Anytime there's LOS, we play around that LOS and protect our backline with it. Yo, low key. That's a 6-person trip. I'm gonna keep it completely a Buckington. That's a 6-person road trip. I'm gonna be straight up. We kind of got fucked on because of how clubbed we were. So same thing though. They go on this, and at most it would have caught here. And through that, all of you guys would have still been good if you were back here, and we could have got like CC's out or Nimbles or something, knowing that they're going to go on this. I stand up, we get the wall here, and then if we had got that and not had everybody tripped, I get up. We have a lot of people up. At this point, if I just get up and my instinct is wall, I think we win. Realistically, I think we could have done more off of this. So if I get up, I drop wall there. Yeah, especially right here. Just right here. This needs to be walled. This is a missed wall from me that probably cost us a kill and a little bit of momentum. Because Thurb was diving deep. Carla has a really good positioning right here. And this is where I want our supports to be positioned on these in the future. So starting here, so we're not tripped in the first place, is really, really good. Carla's around that LOS, so she's got all of this castable, right? Everything here is castable. She can catch all of us with everything once the initiate happens. And if I had walled here, right, then we've got all of this in our kill zone. And if our supports were back here, all of the supports just look forward, DPS gets out and turns, and then we just have 2 free kills right there, right? So I think that's another just missed opportunity on the counter engage that we can do better. But Carla's positioning is really good back here. This is where we want to be starting the fights, in my opinion, instead of like starting like this and being too spread. And I think Carla's spidey senses kind of went off because she got the fuck out of there. Also, try to hold this. I think this is Carla's. Carla, if you're here, if this is yours, try to hold this, because I think this is your silence, right? So we want to be dumping this where they where they initiate. So essentially, we want this on top of Ranger Vines when Ranger Vines go out. Am I correct that this is the Cleric Silence? I want to say it is, because that's what I get silenced by in duels, I think. Might be chains. Okay, what are the Cleric AoEs? Play it real quick. So chain slow and then silence other circle. Hold on. We walk through this together and I learn as well. So there. Chains. What does that do? Oh, that's a snare. Chains can be slow or stun. Slow or stun. Oh, so we should probably have Carla. Is the snare better than the stun? Or is the stun better? But yeah, so I think we definitely want to use that to like counter it. Because if they're there, that's not really going to do too much to them. So I think we just, if we had... Wait, Carla, can you hear me during this, by the way? Hold on, let me go make sure she can hear. Because this is valuable. One sec. Did you type? Yes, you're here. You're in meeting. Oh, fuck the meeting. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm back. So, you ended up here anyways. But I think if you guys were to start here, supports here, damage dealers here, right? And then you have like chains and silence going out basically when they jump us forward here. That would give us a chance to counter on that and them not get out. So in an ideal scenario, I'm up here. And again, this is a little bit of like a cumulative like group thing. So if you guys are here, you don't get caught in staggers, CCs, any of that. Damage dealers have a little bit of a cushion and I'm able to kind of like get poke out and feel what's coming in. So I'm poking this way. Damage dealers are poking this way over my shoulder. And then you guys are watching damage dealers from around the rock, right? And so as they're coming in, if we save our cleric chains and silence for when they're in this, we get our big AoE, our freezes, our vines, our silences, and through all of that, we should be able to counter engage really, 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 really well on those all-ins. So we'll play this and we'll kind of like look at it here. So in this moment, instead of like having the time where everybody here is tripped. Like our entire team is tripped except for you. And Carla's backpedaling this way. So if we already had Carla plus Merc plus 2 bards, these guys get CC'd instantly. We get healed instantly. I get wall up here. We get silence out and chains out. I think this is dead and this is dead. And keep in mind, this is a finals team. Right? No. Yeah. It was Holiday versus Cartel, right? Yo, Crix. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. What you getting up to these next 2 weeks? Now, I'm going to still be streaming Ashes. Like 5 days a week and like IRL streams 2 days. It's going to be a blast. So the streak lives on. You'll be able to keep tabs, but brother, we might need some Crix streams in the next 2 weeks to hold it down. I'm just saying, maybe some late night Crix love. I don't know. I'm only going to have like maybe 5-6 hours a day to stream out there, dog. I'm just saying, a lot of people checking out. A lot of people checking out. But we're VOD reviewing right now, man. If you see anything as well in the VOD reviews, you got a lot of experience with this shit, please feel free to throw in. We're looking at a lot of our matches and like what we're noticing, other than me just initiating in like a very not good way for us and kind of like not setting us up for success in general, just some basic positioning stuff. So here I'm gonna keep it a buck. This was against a Holiday team. Their rogue jumped in and hit a 6-person trip. So we're basically, I'll be back to full time in 3 days. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, are you doing WoW stuff until P3? I don't blame you. I mean, WoW is such a dedicated community. Like if you were somebody's WoW streamer, you can just like come back whenever and people will be like, oh shit, we're blessed. We're blessed. WoW is such a fucking evergreen. It's beautiful. So what we're talking about here is like starting this fight. If we went back a little bit, just positioning wise, everyone got kind of like cluster fucked up here. So we're talking about with these LOSs in particular, having tanker rogue out in this front, right? And essentially getting the poke out this way. And then you have your damage dealers over here. So like your rogues, your mages. And then your supports are essentially back here. That looks like a 5. Your supports, that still looks like a 5. Your supports are back here essentially with the LOS to cover here and everything else. So with this would essentially give us a spread where damage pokes out over tanker rogue. Tanker rogue is getting the initial poke, so damage is kept kind of like protected. And one thing that would have helped us with this fight in particular is I missed a very good wall opportunity with how aggressive they played, right? So this was against the Holiday team. And we looked at our first match as well. That was against Eclipse. And we definitely think that was winnable too. We just didn't play right. And every match is winnable if you play right, right? So essentially, what we're looking for here is that spread would have prevented this trip. This was fat. All of us got tripped except Carla. Like literally all of us are on the fucking ground. I get a CC break though. And I had time to get a wall here. I could have either walled up here and locked myself out and locked this person out, or walled back here on the LOS and locked them all out, right? One probably a mana song and you need heal for now. Okay. So with a double bard, if we are running that, kind of like save the mana song until a little bit later, do you think? Because we did notice that we were having, like in our longer fights, it was a little bit of like a mana problem overall. I also didn't realize that my overlay was cucking my raid frames, so I've since moved those up. But yeah, I wasn't really microing the bards too much with songs, but that's a very good call out too. So just positioning wise, like if we were back here and we had a counter, we had silence chains of vines go out of freeze. If I wall this, even if I wall myself out, right? That wall's there. And that wall would have been perfectly fine. And I think instead of this being a full reset for both sides, we would have probably had a little bit of momentum. So this wall here should probably just be a guarantee. And then if we had positioning, we turn on these two. I get around and kind of like seal off this with trips. And then ideally we're able to get these kills and then turn out and play the LOS. Now, they may have gone for a res in that instance, but I think with how forward they jumped, if we're positioned better, we can counter this. We've got plenty of potential, and I missed my wall. Take a look for what buffs they have. I'm not seeing mana song in that hole right now. No, mana song. Yeah, they have mana. Yeah, mana's up for them. Now, any of these scenarios, I was silenced at this point, but essentially this ends up being a full regroup. And everybody just kind of like goes back for a second. And then Axe, I think, gets in a bad spot and gets bursted because we got too spread. So this was another thing with our positioning that I wanted to point out. If we had, instead of going back this way, right? So our natural instinct when we pulled back to reset was going back this way to keep this LOS going, right? But what we needed to do was pull back this way and then reset back here, turn on this potentially, and pull back so that way we were all able to get our LOS back in check, get topped off, and then get ready to go back in. If we had dropped back and stayed on the rocks and not got baited, I called us down because I saw that ranger down there, and I should be more patient in these fights. Try to get back up on the rock while we all jump off. Yeah, and this was a comms thing. Like, I called us down on Smasher because Smasher was going for the snipe, and I thought we'd be able to catch that out. And like, I put 1400 damage into him, but that's not going to be enough with everything else included, right? So I'm also playing way too passive with my wall and keeping it way too long. But yeah, again, I think it's just a comps thing, genuinely. I think dropping off of the rocks was the worst thing that I could have had us do because it got you killed because you were in this area. I didn't drop a wall when I had plenty of opportunity to drop a good wall. And I played this fight, I think, like much more passive than I should have. Like, just in this intro alone, I have... Let's see how long I actually have to wall. From the time they're in, I'm up at 46. And through 49, the wall would have been valid at any point. If I had got a wall up in those 3 seconds right here, then I would have been fine. But I kind of went into like defensives way too early. They had damage going out on me. So right now I'm getting indom up. And if I am a little more patient with that indom, and I trade the wall cast there instead, then that would, even if I drop it here, make this an 8v5 temporarily. Would stop them from all just free walking away. But yeah, so Carla here, she's in the meeting, but like essentially hold this peak and like a literally like an FPS. If you're back here, swing your peak and kind of like keep your peak and keep your peaker's advantage on your LOS as much as you can. So like if you're back here and you need to LOS us here, then instead of coming forward, right, and going this direction to get an LOS, go from here and then swing, and then that's going to expand your LOS if you go here to all of this and then everything else that you need to cover. And it will also prevent anything that is basically here. Well, not there, but like anything that is here. Anything here can't really hit you because you have the peak advantage. So you would only be like attainable as a target by anybody that's up here. And so I think if our supports are in this spot and get comfortable, especially around LOS, with just kind of like a back and forth, right? We want to have those established backlines. And then it's like, okay, well, what if somebody goes on us back here? Well, then you bring them forward into us, but keep your basic like LOS. So you would then hug your LOS, you'd bring them forward to us, we'd come back to you here, and then we'd meet up right here for that kill. Are you getting deported to Iceland? I've never been outside of the... Well, I went to Canada. It'd be more reasonable for me to get deported to Canada, I think. Yo, Rose. I appreciate you stopping by, dude. I hope you have a beautiful night. It's an Iceland trip tomorrow. Will be fucking wheels in the sky or whatever they say. At like 7 p.m. EST, so we'll get a little day stream in before that. We got a long drive, we got a lot to do, and I've heard that that flight is absolute fucking ass cheeks. Wheels up, yeah, that one, 07. You can tell I fly so much. I'm like, you know how equestrians are the horse people? I'm like an avian or something, like, because I fly so much. I think that means a bird. Either way, this is my 3rd flight in my life, so really excited. But I've heard this flight is very like bumpy as shit. So I don't know, chat. If anybody's ever flown like US to Iceland, please provide feedback, because I'm scared. Like, what if the shaking starts and my massive clackers of balls are too much for the small plane, and it just causes vibration that we can't sustain? Just genuinely, what if? You know, you guys wouldn't get these VOD reviews anymore. But yeah, them balling up. And so same thing. Tildor is their cleric. So notice how they're playing that LOS in that peak. So he's got this entire thing in his LOS. But anything that we have that's too far back won't be able to trade with him. So supports essentially want to play in their like mutually exclusive LOS areas, where they're not crossing over too much. The triangle of where everything is happening is going to be the support LOS peak. And then you're essentially going to have your front line established here. And then a wall here would have done a lot. Our DPS should essentially be in this area, looking in like this region. And this is kind of like the kill zone, so to say. So anything that was in here should in theory just be collapsed on and would have got us 2 kills. So that's all just positioning and stuff that can help out a lot. And also, it's calm stuff that you'll only get from reviewing and VOD reviewing after the moment. Like Toast said, Polar members are required to get VODs and have them reviewed. Yes. So basically, in Ashes, or in New World, if you were in a warring guild, warring company, you got war VODs for every single war that you did. You either recorded your wars, or if you were like me, you streamed your wars, and people would review your VODs. Now, when you got to a certain point, people weren't really reviewing your VODs much anymore. And it was more of a, like, I would VOD review myself on stream. But for a lot of newer players that were getting in, the entire problem was like, oh, you want a PvP, you need VODs. And they were like, I don't have VODs because I haven't warred before. And war wasn't really accessible. So we were like, well, how's someone going to get VODs if they can't get into wars in the first place? And so that's kind of like, wow, I just sounded like I was dying. So that's where Cats kind of like came into play from there. Essentially, Cats was made to, in New World, get people that didn't have the accessibility to content yet, accessibility to that content. And through that, more people were able to get the VODs to move up in the war chain. And it didn't necessarily mean that Cats was going to be, you know, S-tier guild or anything like that, S-tier company. But a lot of people got a lot of satisfaction from helping the Cats members get established. Great googly moogly. I sounded like I was dying there. So, excuse me. This entire clusterfuck could have been easily prevented, in my opinion. Between proper positioning at the start, and keep in mind that's the structure that we should have for our raid versus raid as well. You want your tanks and your rogues in the front, your front line in the front fishing. You want your DPS shooting over the shoulder of those frontliners, ready to take the initiate. And then you want your supports protected as much as they can be. If you're a support, you're trying to not get seen. You're trying to support as freely as you can. So through that, I personally, in my play, could have calmed targets better, could have got us ready, could have seen that they were going to Zerg on us, and been ready for that. Could have hit a wall that would have segmented off their push very heavily and also prevented them from getting in to this degree. So if we're out of the CC instantly into the wall, jump forward, CC break, wall. I would have had all of this time to get that wall cast down. And then between me walling and us positioning properly, these targets would die. Because these guys wouldn't be able to get in. This guy wouldn't be able to get in. These guys wouldn't be able to support. And we would have been able to secure 2 kills at least very, 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 very quickly. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. And then from experience, we realize that even dropping down on this target is not advantageous because it makes all of our LOS very fucky. So even though we're dropping down on a target that could die, we're now making Axe put himself in a very bad spot and making him LOS our clerics. So this was a bad call on my part to drop down here. So essentially, we reset and we should be at this point going back, recognizing that they're full reset, we're full reset. We've got to drop back here. Zop is a little far forward. That's okay. But instead of us like spreading here and going out this way, so being here in the first place, a little dangerous. Carla giving up her spot to be here, also dangerous. If we tuck that and we bring it back here, then that's going to be very advantageous for us. So Carla pops her wings to get back up, and then I call us back down. And so now we're kind of like all in this area, just getting dumped on, right? And so they've got bursts going out on Axe. They've got finishers. They've got 3 people surrounding him. They've got Smasher targeting him. Like, Axe is the full focus. So Axe drops. Thurb, who should have been walled in the first place, is 75% HP even coming out of this. And that's with us playing super defensively. So we absolutely could have secured that kill to start. And here we stay too long. They're weak, but again, us being spread out this far is not good. We need to be basically playing our LOS more and tucking it back. So our clerics always need to be like the most protected. So here we should have essentially got back to the corner instead of going wider and wider, because now we're just spreading and we're allowing them to get in behind us. Proof drops to 50% and then gets instantly healed up after a swap. But in that time, we lose Streg, because now we have essentially given away all of our advantage that we had in the corner, all of our counter engage, and we've gone here. So we missed the engage, and then we also, like, no exaggeration, missed the rotate after the engage. And instead of our momentum being the correct way to maintain LOS, we allowed them to just push us forward and away, which means that they were dumping on us from an advantageous spot. So that's why we just got walked forward here, and we weren't really able to isolate much, right? So if we were aware of that, then this entire thing would have been prevented. Instead of being down 2 Rangers, we probably would have, after the wall here, had an advantage of 2, played around here, so supports, damage dealers, and tanks, dropped back, and then once we got these 2 kills, we would have walked forward around this. So that's how that fight can change entirely just from a simple rotation. This positioning and giving this away was really not the best. Me calling us down was the final nail in the coffin. We lose both of our Rangers, so we no longer have any kill potential. Merc's mana is already at 27%, and then Carla's at 62%. So our clerics are pretty down bad on mana. They're also like 50-ish%, so that's not the worst. But at this point, we are just in the middle of everything, getting pumped in every direction, and we can't really prevent any of this, right? So we're just out here, numbers down, DPS down, at a disadvantage, getting chunked. And a lot of that was because we didn't see that like initial space. We didn't maintain our space enough. And if we do that better, then we're up tremendous. But this was not the best positioning for us as a whole. And again, we were a little bit, I don't know, inopportune. Very impatient from me calling things out for us, especially when I had us drop down on the Ranger itself. It essentially fucked 99.9% of our positioning. So that was that fight in a nutshell. Again, I think the biggest thing that we struggled with was just right off rip, target identification, getting the initiate in a smooth manner, and like coordinating our positioning and burst. If we were able to react to that in time, not get a 6-person trip dumped on our noggin, and actually get counter in, then we probably would have been chilling. So we ball. Enjoy the overhead POV real quick. I'm going to go get water, and I'll be right back. Good day. Good day, we're back. All right. So Carla said she has one ear open at least to the VOD reviews, so that's great. So let's find our next match. I believe, is it here? So this was against the Polar group. So we actually played this one quite well, in my opinion. Now, that was in the moment. So we'll look at it objectively. We go for a pull on God Chi to start. And I think we could have secured the kill had I walled. So here we have good positioning. Oh wait, no, we didn't even go on God Chi there, did we? We went on teleporter there. I think it was too quick. Let's check comms.
There's another mage. Ulu tank.
This one, Logo?
Oh wait, this was Blumpkin stack. Never mind, this was the other Polar stack. This wasn't God Chi stack. Okay, I missed the one against God Chi stack. We'll have to find that one.
3, 2, 1, teleport. Ulu tank.
This
We're
one, Logo?
ignoring Ulu.
Yeah, I think we just went too quick.
Take the rock. We're gonna go on teleporter in 3.
Yeah, I just need to be like slower with the initiates.
Teleporter. Walling. Stay on teleporter. He's walled.
Now I do think
All right, re-porter.
we probably could have killed this.
Take the rock. We're gonna go on teleporter. 3, 2, 1, teleporter.
Now, I do think that this was too quick. Target should have changed to closer target once teleporter backed up deep. So, teleporter didn't actually back up deep. Teleporter was the closer target. Yeah. So that's still teleporter. It was a visual bug that they backed up deep, but I got the trip off. That's still teleporter. This is teleporter the whole time. So teleporter was walled. Oh, are you saying like here? Like turn back in? Yeah. At this point, turn in. Yeah, 100%. I hadn't even got to that part yet. God damn, I was looking at the teleporter burst. We're looking at this analytically, Zombler. There's a person who slipped behind you. Yeah, 100%. And we'll see that because I think I haven't watched this entire fight through a lot to have it memorized. But here, I genuinely think if I said everybody auto teleporter right now, we still could have got this same pull and also probably from the high ground. I think I just wait, play out that route because we also could have got Ghost. Ulu is a tank. And we get the mark out. We get the trip out. We get the wall out even. The wall probably could have come out sooner, but like, yeah, the wall definitely could have come out directly after the trip. So I think for pulling in targets, it's pull, trip, wall, palv. Pull, trip, wall, palv would have stopped him from getting this support. So instead of the palv, we would have had wall up at this point when he's tripped. And then we could palv. And then instead of that, and then shield, he'd already be walled at this point, and then he'd be dead. Instead of the wall being at this point and them getting around it. So he's still got Fortnited there. But yeah, we could have killed that. So getting back down sooner. They're going to counter engage here. They slipped in behind us, correct? So they full uppies into this. I throw banner out for our midline. So same thing here, I think. Playing around LOS. So when we're walking back here, we definitely should have switched back sooner. This guy should have died, being completely honest. This should die 100 times out of 100, but we also should have been more patient at the start. And by we, I mean me. So I am initiating so fucking fast. And I'm not going to do that in the future. Just completely upfront. I'm not going to be initiating this fast in the future. I'm rushing shit so fucking much. I'm rushing it so much. So if I got the trip off into the wall sooner, then we would have been fine. Now I did catch him there, right? But that should have died, but it also should have happened a little bit later on. So past that, if we're retreating, we need to make sure that we are retreating to an advantageous spot. So we either need to make the decision to go all the way back over here, or use the rocks up this way or this way. And those need to be the avenues that we go. But instead, we get caught in this weird balance of like staying down here in Death Valley. And the reason that's bad is because once we get down here, we're kind of like cornered in. We can drop back more, but if you're dropping back, then you're not going to be getting, you know, advantageous positioning. So if we were to go up here on our retreat, they're not going to be able to climb up this, right? We walk back up here, we get height, that can turn this fight. We go back around here, we LOS, we reset, we're fine. Right now, Axe is 50%, and Axe is going to be right here. So, same thing here as well. Prior to us going in, if we had waited, if this wasn't where we go in, right? The route there is fine. Fish out, try to bait out nimbles and shit like that. I shouldn't have dropped down. I should not follow up on this route here. I should still be up here. This route should be for fishing and throwing out like some light damage and getting a target established. So we try to fish out a nimble, but honestly, we should probably hold a little bit longer too until we get the target like prepped. But this goes out and honestly should have died. Just very simply put, probably should have got a kill there. Let's see. And that, even with it being a little scuffed. So, again, Merc, just be careful getting too far up on this end. We don't want our clerics being here because these guys could have all just countered into you there, right? So, we want to be cautious about that. And our clerics want to be more like back here. Want to be protected. Or even up on the high ground. So, with that, we keep you a little bit safer. And then if we had more time to establish, we would have been just fine and dandy. They were working their way up here, but some of them were already down this far. We could have stayed up on the height, baited out nimbles, and then just been more patient with the initiate. And I think that would have been a huge thing. Just my initiates were not good. That was our biggest problem. And I think if we had been more patient and set up more, then we would have been good. Axe is 52% HP here. He's living really well. But again, we get into the spot where like we start to drop back this way. And then for some reason, we drop off the advantageous height. And when we do that, we get into like a no man's land. So now they have height. They have like dub key pressure. So they're going here. They're going here and looking down here. And we don't really have any momentum established at this point. So I'm too deep at this point. I should have been back with you guys much sooner. We should have, as a whole, probably been up here at this point and making sure that we're going back to an advantageous spot. And essentially, if we need to regroup, even if we're down here, we need to regroup like here. So if we're S-keying, it needs to be to break LOS. If you are S-keying as a group and it's not to break line of sight of the enemy group, then I think you're at a disadvantage. Because the entire time we're moving back, they're moving forward, and we're just getting pressured out. Whereas if we move out here, we line of sight break, then they would have to go this way and get around the line of sight where we could then re-engage, right? It's all about, if you lose momentum for a moment, getting to the point that you can actually re-engage off of that. And we'll be able to do that a little bit better. And we even see, like, right at the end there, we get a little bit of high ground presence too. Find height and S-key. Yep, height and LOS break. And we do that a little bit here. So we have Streg, good positioning here right now. If we were, like, paying attention and we all went back up here, that would have been really good. And even with that, Streg keeps a really good spot and works his way up here. Now, with the lightning shot, we just need to be careful to make sure that we're throwing that as part of our combos. Zomp's really weak at this point. But Zomp, I don't know if you didn't hear earlier, but just to clarify, our Rangers, part of the reason why Rangers were doing so much damage in the actual tourney, and we have the full build that Rangers were using on the winning team. So we had that sent to us. I'll post it in the Discord. But essentially, the combo on Ranger that you want, you need 100% Fizz attack speed. So Ruvidium longbows are a big advocate for that. And essentially, once you get 100% Fizz attack speed, you treat it kind of like a Bard combo. So your Thundering Shot, you turn away from the target, and it launches it over you. So essentially, if we were looking down at this target, Thundering Shot would be turned away and launched over. And then you would turn back, snipe, and then after the snipe goes off, headshot. And it is a metric fuckload of damage. And if you do it properly, you have a lot of synergy in the tree as well with it. So basically, I can check the stream schedule in just 1 sec, my love. Sorry. Wait, that's so cute. What the fuck? Did you just cook that up like that? Wait, that was insane. What the fuck? How'd you do like the drawings and stuff? Did you doodle them? How long did this take? Why is this so good? What the fuck? Can I post? Yeah, please do. Yeah, that's sick. What the fuck? Like, chat, is this not a banger? This was done so quickly, too. But yeah, here's our Iceland stream schedule. So for those that are curious, it'll be posted in the Discord. So we'll be up tremendous. You guys will be able to be here for it. 4 p.m. EST, so in Dusty time. No, this is actually a strict schedule. So we are on a very strict itinerary, and part of the reason, especially like lately, why I've been so late is because like Carla's up here, been chilling with her, chilling with the cat, doing stuff, getting her all settled in and getting prepped for the trip. So basically the schedule's been a little fucky lately, right? But I've also been subtly trying to get you guys used to 6-ish hour streams on downtime days, because that's probably what you guys will be getting here. Like 5-6 hour streams most days. So I've been trying to kind of like get accustomed to that without going down to 100 subs so I can pay rent. And essentially, we'll be doing that. And keep in mind, this is a 2-week trip. We're back on the 26th, airport stream on the 26th. And then the 27th, we're back on our normal schedule. We're up tremendous and we'll be vibing. So when we're back, that's going to be the normal 2 p.m. EST schedule. And we'll be back to like the strict 2 p.m. EST. We have no travel until TwitchCon. So like it'll be big grind on the streams and everything. We'll be back up to the normal, like, you know, 2 p.m. EST starts, big grind days, big Ashes days, and we'll be up tremendous. From there, August 4th hits and we never leave. TwitchCon in October, we'll have a similar schedule come out so you guys are able to like get it all situated, but we're vibing. Schedule art's adorable. Carla made it herself in a very not long amount of time. She like just cooked this up in I think like an hour. I don't know how, but yeah, this is sick. We should also do a command, like exclamation schedule, and add that as a link. I don't know if we're able to, but Ika, hello. Yeah, this is really good. I like this a lot. Carla the best. Justice for Carla. But yeah, so 27th. We're back, we're home, and keep in mind, all these Ashes streams were up tremendous. My birthday is the 16th. You guys will probably get a long stream that day. And we'll try to do like 5-6 hour streams, keep it as consistent as we can. There may be a little bit of variance to it, but all depending on things going smooth, you should get a whole shitload of content even while we're out there. And I'm quite excited. The city IRL is going to be so exciting. Hiking IRL. Yeah, you guys are going to get some good content, boys. And keep in mind, it's mostly just Ashes content. Like, it's mostly just Ashes content and camps. So it's gonna be fucking sick. The setup may be a little more primitive than what we have now, but we'll be up tremendous. All right, VOD review wise, boys. VOD review wise, how are we feeling about this so far? I'm feeling good about this. I think hopefully we're getting a lot of good information out. It's much better than the Vegas apocalypse. The Vegas apocalypse had to happen. It was the rapture. We needed to balance the economy. Some of the long time, watchers, they had to die. So we keep Zop up there. We get the intercept over to him. We get a switch. Belligerent with a good switch. But we're also just not making any progress on this. And while we're backing up, Carla's getting left out. So we need to make sure either height or LOS. Either one of those need to be our prios. So just keep that in our mind because anybody can calm this. Anybody can calm this. I don't have my wall because I used it in a weird spot. We chase a little too deep on that. And we get very split there. We should not have chased that deep. I went too deep there and we also went in very split and not everybody like full committed. So when we were going up there, dropping down this far, we also could have swung it like if we had swung around this way, it probably would have kept us a little bit safer in that push too. But we kind of like get into weird spots. I go too deep chasing this because he drops low and doesn't get healed for an actual sec. But meanwhile, we stayed low and we got really split in this entire area, right? So essentially, since we didn't break LOS at all in our retreat initially, they were able to just come in from all of this and this became their momentum. So we're walking back. They're walking forward. So they're immediately keeping the momentum. They've got Axe lined up and they get burst. So essentially, this is all prevented if instead of going in a long line, just like shooters, instead of going in a long line for our retreat, we need to go and incentivize getting out of the LOS and getting to height. So Streg did a really good job of this. Right here. So when we turn back in, this could have been a really good opportunity to catch one of them out. If we didn't chase too deep, like we got a really good turn here, we could have caught one of them too far forward, but they got pressure on. And right here, if we had made the decision to peel right or peel left, we'd basically be like hugging all of this. And as a result, that would have prevented a lot of that long line damage, allowing us to get reset. Ulu should be dead. Ulu's a tank. I do believe Ulu's their tank. But yes, so the big thing is teleporter probably should have died way sooner in, right? So teleporter, keep in mind, teleporter was who we first started the fight on too. So teleporter also has no coolies. So essentially, the impatient initiate, we forced it too early. Teleporter comes in and should have died. I should have got my wall up before I got my pulve out. And if I got my trip into my wall, then into the pulve, then it would have resulted in him dying. So pull, trip, and then I should have walled here, and then I should have pulved after the wall, and it would have stopped him from getting that bailout. And we also should have had, yeah, he should have just probably died there. Like, we did have a really good jump on him. Let's see. We had some damage that was going into their backline, I think. Yeah. So I think Zop went on their backline here because he might have thought that teleporter was going back there. Tomahawk should have went hard. Yeah, Tomahawk would have went real hard there. So basically, like, I think any form of pull into Tama, pull into, like, tremoring into wall, but basically the time that it took, even though it wasn't long, right? Like, we got him to 25%, but if I had walled prior to the damage, Tama would have gone crazy. With him being back too, yeah, 100%. Tama would have gone absolutely wild, but the trip's already out at this point, so he's tripped there. And the trip is fine, I think. Like, the Tama also would have gone absolutely fucking sicko mode. No Travis Scott, I agree. Tama's one of my favorite fucking abilities right now. But I think if I had walled instead of the Pulv, because my Pulv cast goes here. So this is my Pulv cast right now, and he's still tripped. So if I had walled this instead of the Pulv, then wall goes up here, basically, and it would have been up, like, right now. So if wall's up there, then I go into my Pulv, and he wouldn't have had the shield. Tomahawked him before he went around the wall. Maybe could have got the kill. Yeah, 100%. And he also got the shields very quickly. He had 2 shields. Yeah, and I think if I wall it before the second instance goes out, right? So once this trip goes out, I think if I just wall after this in group stuff instead of like 1v1s where it's like I get the trip, I get the Pulv, I get the burst, I get the second trip, and just going for trip into that wall immediately as a habit will be a big thing for me. Because I can always get more damage out when the follow-up's there, but if wall had been up at this point in time, instead of this 928 damage, he'd be 50%, but he also wouldn't have got those shields. Sometimes holding wall for too long becomes a detriment. Agreed. And I think that wall is an ability that has so many uses that it's like, until you go through so many repetitions where you're like, all right, I use my wall here, I don't use my wall here, and like you get familiar enough with your team, wall is one of those things where you can always have a better wall. Even if there's a good wall, there could have been a better wall. And like, this is still a good wall, right? Like, I caught this guy. We had a chance to kill it. But like, if I had the repetitions to know and the VOD reviews already to know, instead of going tremoring into my Pulv, go tremoring into my wall, into my Pulv to make sure that wall's off, that's going to interrupt all the LOS. That's going to stop the support from getting in there. And then the damage is actually going to go through and hit. And so I think that small difference is part of what makes playing something like Tank so nice. You can hit a good wall. Yo, Wasabi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like, you can hit a good wall. This is a fine wall. Nobody's mad about this wall. But even if the DPS is not ideal and not everybody is bursting the target at the same time, my wall could have secured this kill if I had put it in an ideal spot. And figuring out those ideal spots, you're not going to see it one time around while you're playing and be like, oh shit, I should have done it here. You're going to see it when you can pause and look at something 32 times and go back and be like, oh, my muscle memory needs to be tremor wall Pulv Tom. It's all reps. Exactly. And one thing I was telling my guys, we fought a lot of good teams yesterday as well, or not yesterday, in the PvP tourney as well. And even our fights against the really good teams, the teams that were in the finals, looking at them, we had opportunities to turn and win. We had very good blips, but we also had things that we did very poorly at points that turned the fight against us. And so being able to get these reps against very good players is an opportunity for us to break it down on a very deep level. And even our people that didn't play will now understand, like, when they're coming into this level of PvP, like, oh shit, these are things that we can do. So I agree, it's all reps. Like, we have the people that can push the buttons. We had damage going out, we had combos going out, we had targets going low. It's just, how can we get them lower faster? How can we get the kill while taking less damage? How can we get the kill while using fewer abilities? How can we bait out their nimbles? How can we, you know, actually make an effort to secure these initiates. Instead of me instantly jumping in here and initiating to start with, we had really good positioning on this high ground. This initiate didn't even have to happen because my team wasn't up here yet. I should have waited for all of us to be up here in the first place, and then once we're up here, then we look to take the advantage, considering they're still running back from here. And knowing in the future, you know, that I was being very impatient as a shot caller and trying to get the targets established, initiating. I cost us most of our matches, just single-handedly. There were so many things that between like calling the wrong targets and shit and going in early that I could have done differently that would have helped us a lot. So I shouldn't have dropped off there. We got a big root. We should have used that root for poke and for nimble bait. So essentially, we're walking in and we're going to snag a really good root from Axe while we're looking for mage targets to blow up. So good root goes out and I'm instantly looking to drop in. There are no debuffs on this target except for the root itself. There's no damage except for the root itself. If we had dropped one combo into this person collectively before the pull, they die before the pull's done. So we had time on the root. We would have either baited the nimble or we would have got damage out that would have got healed up. We would have solidified ourselves a little bit of a poke advantage. And my inexperience in these situations was also why I was so hasty, right? So essentially, pull goes out. Instead of that, I should have held up here. Poke, 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 poke. And then as my group gets up, I'm like, everybody's looking at teleporter. And we essentially just get debuffs out where there are currently none. And as soon as those debuffs go out from combos, we notice the health chunk, and then it's the pull, and then it's the trip, and then it's the wall, and then he dies. Like if the wall's up here instead of 928 damage there, that wall being really well positioned in front of me, he would have died and not got those shields. It's better you just kill the DPS, ignore the sports. Yeah, it's crazy because everyone is so tanky that if you can, in my opinion, like shift the advantage to you having the burst potential over the other group, it changes the entire dynamic of the fight. If you take out a ranger, you're taking out a significant percentage of that group's like burst potential, that group's initiate, that group's vines, everything, right? And with that, everyone is so fucking tanky. Max HP scaling, I feel like will probably get tuned down a little bit because you have supports that are 6,500 HP. It's fucking absurd. You've got rangers that are running shields. So have your DPS set their shot caller to a defensive target and have the target of defensive target bound, which helps instant elite things. I agree. I also should be doing a better job of getting comms out and prepping people for it. But yeah, we had a few people who were not using like target of target binds or like defensive and offensive target, like anything like that. So yeah, that was absolutely something that we could have done better. I agree. There are a lot of small things that we're compounding on it, and we've learned so much from this tourney. It's also mid. Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. Defensive stacking right now, the time to kill feels good. I won't lie. I don't really mind it, but I do wish that it wasn't just a level of ignore the supports, and it was a little bit of a level of like supports are able to be disposed of if handled. I mean, I still think they can be bursted. I just think it's easier to burst the DPS. I think you can still burst supports, but it's just easier to burst the DPS. I'll be completely honest. I don't really hate the time to kill at all, especially comparatively to T2. Yo, what up, T? Ashes off? Yes, Ashes will be back on tomorrow at like 1 p.m. EST. We are right now reviewing our PvP tournament footage from Shoal. So we were in the 8v8 tourney the other day. So we're kind of like looking at our group stage rounds, seeing what we could have done a little bit better. So that way when servers do come up and I'm in Iceland playing and scrimming with the boys, we're ready to go. If we get pen gear on our DPS, it should be good. I mean, yeah, pen gear is quite nice, right? I get that. There's a lot that can be done to counteract that. Yeah, 100% agree. Not just ignore, you gotta use actual sleep and other suns to get them out of the fight. Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of like backline CC that goes out. There's, I mean, ideally, like LOS breaks, backline CCs, a ton of things. If you have rogues, you're diddy darting, your fucking bards should be marionetting. We saw so many fights that were impacted, especially in like the high tier groups versus the high tier groups. that were essentially determined because somebody ate a full duration marionette and they were just like, they were sitting there while their team was dying, just. And that shit can change an entire fight. You just call out a target as a bard that you're marionetting, you marionette one of their fucking supports, and if they don't have a CC break, they're assed out. And you just ignore them after. And if you have a good group that's like cohesively working at that, you're up tremendous. Before an old TTK, there was no nuance. The old TTK, the best way that I could describe it, was essentially one of those old Western duels where two marksmen would have a 6-shooter at their hip. And they'd start with their backs turned to each other and they'd walk a few steps and then it'd be a draw. And the first to draw and blast would win. And instead of a 6-shooter, both combatants were pulling out an intercontinental ballistic missile and firing that off from a rocket-propelled launcher, like an RPG type shit, on their shoulder, and just absolutely blasting the person off the face of the earth. It was genuinely, I gear up, and once I'm geared, whoever gets hit with the first fucking ability loses. And it was so goddamn boring. I remember the scrims we played where Mac and Chase was just CCing the support while we were fighting the DPS and we were winning hard. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, support CC goes absolutely fucking crazy. In so many of the high tier fights that we saw, especially the finals teams, you were seeing people eat full instances of CC. Just entire 15-second instances. You saw Diddy darts, you saw marionettes, you saw everything go out. And it was so fucking organized. But yeah, I agree. So even in this scenario, like, if we had a little bit more focus here, if we had the wall up here, if we had a little bit more prep, if I gave us time to actually prep for the pull and get CCs in their backline with like a bard going in with a fat mez, right? Anything like that could have been the difference maker in getting this kill and getting momentum. And there are so many things that we all collectively could have done to get one kill. And the best groups are finding all of those things that they collectively could do. And everybody is taking accountability and saying, these are the ways I could make this fight better. And when everybody does that, instead of the group going, oh, well, it's just Dusty's calls. Oh, well, it's just Dusty's wall. And everybody says, I could position better. I could use this ability better. I could use that ability better. When everybody is on that level, that's when the fights become bam, 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 you're dead. Because every single person buys into their role. Every single person says, oh, this is how I can do this more efficiently. And then you have a level of improvement across your entire group where now instead of like just one person improving at a time, everybody looks at it collectively and you have massive amounts of improvement. This target would be bursted before my wall even goes off. If everything, like in everyone collectively, was like, all right, let's change our binds. Let's get defensive target up so we can see our target. Let's see all of this. If you'd scrimmed a little more against comp at this level before the tourney, you could have slammed a few of these guys. Oh yeah, even in our group itself had like a lot of the good playoff teams in it, the ones that were just cooking, and including both of the finalists. So like our group was, in my opinion, the more stacked of the two groups, and I still think that if we had scrimmed and had our statics in place and been all set up a little bit sooner, we absolutely could have made a push over to the bracket. Like, it's not like we were playing terribly. We misplayed, we fucked up a lot, but at the end of the day, that's no excuse. Like, we are plenty capable of playing on that level. It's just the actual execution and the actual reps. And being able to get reps and being able to look at it, especially with the community, helps everybody improve so much. And the best teams have probably already VOD reviewed multiple times, or they just retired. But looking at everything like this, if you give us a run back of that tournament with what we know now after one time running that tournament, I guarantee you a few of our matches are substantially different. Same gear, same comp, same everything. Run it back with that extra experience, and I guarantee a few of our matches go completely differently. And it's not a matter of just like, you know, people are incapable of pushing their buttons. It's a matter of knowing the optimal time, the optimal combo, the optimal positioning, everything optimal. Having everything fine-tuned. Also, get our comp that we practice with. Yeah, but even with that, we still had plenty of opportunities in each of these fights so far to win and to get momentum. We have seen so many windows where we were at an advantage and didn't capitalize on a surefire kill. And that's the biggest thing. If you kill 1 DPS in this meta, you're up so tremendous in terms of the odds. If there was like an odds tracker during the fight, there were times where because of enemy positioning, if we played it properly, like the odds were in our favor, but we missed a wall, we missed a root, we missed silence, we missed this, we missed that, right? And essentially, our odds went from high if we did that to low because we didn't do that and we missed that opportunity, and we essentially didn't capitalize when our odds were there. So I think that's important to remember as well. Top 2 teams the same in V2 and phase 2 and phase 2.5. Top 3 team changed, but the clan did. Yeah, I mean, I just hope that more people keep getting, honestly, like access to a lot of this content and shit, because it's very good for a lot of people. Very good for a lot of people just to get more reps, and so much will change in between now and launch. And a lot of it is possible because of, honestly, the global server. A lot of people were up in arms because they had to come over and play on higher ping and stuff like that. A lot of people were mad at the stress test. But I think the stress test has brought us so much content, so many opportunities to learn in a very competitive way that, honestly, it may be the most viable opportunity to usher in like a long-term mega server. Some people won't be down for it. A lot of people will go back to their regional servers, but I do genuinely think that this has been very encouraging for the concept of a multi-region server in the future. Just like one that's regarded as kind of like a central hub for the most competitive players when they want to go there. So, new arena for servers to do tournaments. I definitely agree. I cannot fucking wait for arenas to be added. The second arenas are added, I think that the player base will have so much repeatable content to do on a daily basis. Honestly, I think arenas, once those are in, will be a huge point of clips going out, players seeing content, streamers coming in, players coming in, and people staying in. I think the simple, very basic form of guaranteed numbers match PvP will be absolutely fucking massive. Hey, yo, Dorpa. Thank you for the T1. I appreciate you. From the EU, and I like the idea from it. Even with the high ping, it's still playable for me. I've heard even with like the high ping from other regions, it's still better than most games pings like in native scenarios, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, that's really not terrible. And I feel like Ashes also has very low input delay. I feel like a lot of games just feel slower to response time than Ashes. And it's interesting to think about, because even with the higher ping, it almost balances out to a certain extent. And I'm sure somehow some voodoo wizardry will happen along the way where optimization continues to improve. So it's exciting, but really, man, I think once we get some repeatable content with arenas, guaranteed numbers match PvP, you don't need a lawless node. You don't need anything. You just show up to an arena with your team and you fucking PvP. And I think that is going to be such a massive incentivization for people to play. And keep in mind, long term, there will be like 6-month arena seasons, basically, PvP seasons, where you'll earn titles, and titles are not just titles. Some titles have abilities associated with them. You'll get power gain from certain titles. You can also earn more granular player health bars from PvP season rewards. So the wiki goes into that a little bit, but PvP seasons are going to be fucking massive. And those may not be added directly with arenas, but long term, there's going to be so much. You could have player health bars instead of being in 4th, you could have them in 6th or 8th divisions. So it's quite literally an advantage. It's endless possibilities. So just from that standpoint, I think arenas providing, long-term incentivization of content. You've got arenas providing the incentivization for PvP seasons, for the fucking replayable content of guaranteed PvP. You've got your PvP community happy. You've got other arenas where players of different skills can go to, offshoot arenas and smaller nodes. You've got different size arenas for people who want different levels of content. The potential of cross-server arenas long term. If I could pick one thing to be added right now, it'd be arenas. More access to shit like this. Yo, what up, Dave? How you doing, my friend? I appreciate the follow, dog. I think Ashes looks really cool, but I've read so many negative things online. Would you recommend buying the test? So, I will give you the honest, upfront, and everything. I'm not paid by Intrepid or anything like that. The only reason that I'm here streaming full time is because my community loves me. And my community probably loves me too much. Basically, a lot of the negative that is online is because people get into Ashes with the expectation that it's supposed to perform and feel like a finished game. And Intrepid, our developers, are very vocal that this is a true alpha. Balance is not the intended function. Like, everything being all put together and polished is not the intended function. It is basically a systems test. It's the growth of the game from the literal baseline up. Right now, we're in the middle of a 3-month stress test. So, towards the start of this, on May 1st, a lot of the people that came in with their Wave 3 pack had a very bad experience because they came in expecting it to be an MMO and not a playtest. And essentially, the start of the stress test was a stress test. They broke the Ashes concurrent player record, and as far as they know, the single server Unreal Engine 5 concurrent player record at over 8,100 plus players out of one starting area. There will be 4 on the entire map when it's out, and we'll be getting a second one, hopefully before the Phase 3 servers come out on August 4th. So, immediately there, you've got your regional players back on regional servers, more servers than one opened up. A lot of the constraints that were hitting players then with crashing, with inconsistencies in, like, you know, lag, all of that shit, a lot of those have been resolved. There are some people who are still getting hit by bad crashes. That's ongoing bugs and alphas unrelated to the start of the testing. But basically, it progresses smoothly. We get a lot of content very rapidly. And I do think that a lot of the changes, whether they are more poorly received by the community or better received by the community, are always subject to further implementation based on community feedback. So basically right now, some things that are very well received. Time to kill changes. At the end of phase 2, towards the end of it, last phase, they redid attributes on gear, how gearing worked, added in diminishing returns on power, so basically how hard you hit, and made time to kill feel substantially different. So a lot of people were very hesitant about those changes at first, but after playing with them for a while, realized that those were much better for the game long term. PvP feels substantially better now. We're VOD reviewing our 8v8 tournament that we did a few days ago. So basically right now, combat has come a very long way. And that adjustment period was necessary to feel everything out, right? So right now, gatherers, crafters, those people have had it kind of rough. One server means there's a lot of competition in gatherables, and they've also been trying to work on econ changes and kind of like removed a lot of the vendor acquirable items from consumes to bags to basic armor sets and weapons. And they tweaked drop rates on mobs to make getting your baseline sets of gear harder. Now, they had the long-term intent to essentially get that first set of gear integrated into the first-time user experience. And basically, that will get you your baseline set of gear, that will get you all set up, and that will get you long-term into a spot where you understand all the server, all like the systems of the game, or at least a portion of them. And you can kind of like explore the world knowing what you're doing. So a lot of those things, from questing, the gathering changes, the ratios that it takes to take wood and refine it into timber, and then refine that timber into a plank, all of those are constantly being tweaked. Right now, these changes have been a bit more economically demanding of players. Very economically demanding. They've said this is going to be an ongoing tweak. It's going to be something they work on. So a lot of the negative tends to be very snappy feedback from members of the community, in my opinion, about how this is terrible, that's terrible. But I think the long-term approach is that a lot of things are changing very rapidly for the better, and some things get worse before they get better. Now, with that being said, from a, like, should I check out the test? regardless of what's being said online, the Ashes playtest is, in my opinion, the safest purchase that someone can make. If you haven't made your account yet, you can do exclamation Ashes to support the stream when you do make your account. But basically, when you make your Wave 3 pack purchase, that's a $100 purchase, you get a 90-day period with no hours limit where you can just get a full refund if you're not happy. So it is no hours limit whatsoever. You just get your money back anytime within 90 days from the day of your purchase. So best case scenario, that $100 pack gets you in until launch and you get $30 worth of kickbacks on launch itself. Zine, how you doing, brother? And so worst case scenario, you come in for the remainder of this 2-month stress test. August 4th, we'll be going to our new servers for phase 3. No more Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. It'll be as close to 24/7 as they can get it. There'll be downtimes for patches and shit like that, right? But basically, on August 4th, we go to 24/7 servers. We go to new servers that'll have a lot of the current changes all shored up and in a better spot. And then those servers will last at least a year, hopefully with minimal wipes, but wipes could always happen. So you'd be able to purchase now, and your protected period would essentially be the remainder of this stress test where you could come in, dip your toes, and kind of like feel it out. And then you'd be a month into the new server completely protected, where if the new server launch doesn't really, tickle your butthole, then you just get your money back and you're like, all right, bet I'll come back later on in this phase, or I'll come back on launch, or I'll watch Dusty stream for free without paying $100 unless you want to. And through all of that, like, you can just kind of stay tuned as much as you want to. We have people in the community that have refunded because they wanted something more polished and put together, and it's just not that put together that they expected. We've had people that, have picked it up this phase, last phase, whenever, and they're still in. So how long does it take to be able to feel a class or be able to do relevant content? So essentially, in terms of hitting 25 right now, that for most new players, I would say factor in probably like 100, 125 hours. Finding groups can also be a little rough with how, progressed people are, but there are always new players trickling in. Past that, there are always communities like ours that are recruiting new players constantly to just kind of like get people access to content. It's a long-term goal for a lot of communities because this wipes in 2 months. A lot of communities are just gearing towards launch. So exclamation guild will get you into a really solid Discord to get started out. We always have people that are leveling and many casual players that are just going up at their own pace. So for the remainder of this phase, my recommendation now until August 4th is really to just kind of like vibe, level, explore, and not really be worried about getting to like BIS or anything like that. And when August 4th hits, get yourself in a spot where you've gained enough information where you can get to that endgame content much quicker. Work on your pathing to endgame. Work on your gearing once you get to endgame. But really understand the systems and where you're going, because so many systems have a lot of depth to them at Ashes that if you just kind of like blaze through, you're going to miss so much that will actually make you a better player. So it's a really good time to hop in my opinion, because of that like echo chamber. Some things are oppressive, like crafting, getting your artisanship going. It is what it is. We deal with that, but it'll get better. And over the course of it getting better, we're also getting better. So we're putting in a lot of time. Game's down right now. It's an alpha that doesn't exist, and I'm still here streaming it on the downtime day. This is my full-time job. I'm fucking unemployed. There's a reason for that. So big problem is now that we go into wall with stats, what are they going to do on 30 to 50 if you reach the limits already? The diminishing returns just go up. Yeah, I think they basically, at that point, just soften the diminishing returns as they go in terms of the power scaling, and just essentially bring back the ratios of which you're punished. So they would just slide that up to where you can go like with level 30 to, hypothetically you hit 260 power before DRs hit, and then like 300 is where DRs are really hard. So now you have people that target like 275 power at level 30 and then go from there. And then they just kind of like keep softening the just raw number, because they already seem to have the kind of like the ratios of punishment, right? And so essentially they would just adjust the numeric value of where the ratios kick in relatively, so they just slide it down the scale. So it's like this. If you do exclamation DR, I can actually visualize this. Hold on. Flashbang incoming. So essentially, open image in new tab. There we go. All right. So essentially, this is like rough ratios of power rating to power output. So what you're looking at is like 200 to 240, you just get exponentially more punishing. So say they wanted to slide this down and open up power scaling to like 260 to 300. They could just take whatever percentage this is and essentially slide it down and soften the diminishing returns up until this point. So you may notice that you gear up to 220 a little bit faster. And then once 220 hits, you start to slow down. And you're like, well, when I was, prior to the level expansion, when I was 25 in the same gear, I was at 205 power. They could just adjust the diminishing returns, allow 205 to be the new 225, and then essentially drag it down and have that rate of, deterioration and diminishing returns start here instead, where it gets very stark through here, and then 300 is where it cuts off. So they could just easily adjust it granularly like that. I have a lot of tabs up. But no, that's definitely a valid question. So the feeling I'm getting is that the leveling right now is mostly mob grinding, then you make gear. So leveling right now, the most efficient way to actually get to like level 11 is, believe it or not, a questing loop. Even with questing being very non-linear and primitive, there's a very fast questing loop that gets you a baseline set of gear, gets you like level 10, level 11. Your 1 to 8 is insanely fast. So questing has the potential, and their goal is in this like time period as well to revamp the questing on the first time user experience to make it a bit better. Now, with that being said, if you're looking to level 1 to X the fastest possible way, that's typically going to be mob grinding in the long term. Questing, especially solo questing, can get you kind of like a shotgun out of the start, because a lot of those quests are just like, go here, jerk this guy off, do that, right? And those are easy quests. Those take a couple minutes. But as you get into more kill quests, more high level quests, it's go here, kill 30 of these goblins, and then, gobble nuts and then go back, right? And those take a long time, especially solo. Whereas if you're just in a group, static mob grinding in a fast respawn area, it's a constant XP gain. And then with the loot tables that mobs offer, you're very frequently going to, I wouldn't say very frequently, but along the way, you've got a good chance to actually get a drop from the mobs that you're killing, which would go into an item piece. So most communities, ours included, will have our levelers. Those are typically people that are PvP focused that want to get to the end game as fast as possible. Then we have our lifestyle skillers, right? Those are our gatherers, our refiners, our crafters, the people who aren't worried about getting to level 25 as fast as possible, but they want to make sure that the infrastructure is there. So those are our crafters. Those are our lumberjacks, our miners, no Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect, in all of those infrastructural people. So from there, we also have our econ people. So those are people that will be working on farming up glint, which is a currency resource, and they'll be running caravans, trying to get raw gold and everything built up for the guild so we can fund our crafters' refining fees, because everything that you craft and refine has a fee with it. So you've got to basically have enough money to pay that fee. So we've got to funnel to our crafters, make sure our crafters are ahead of the curve so they then make more money on it. So essentially, making gear in and of itself, especially endgame gear, is very time gated. So also, hi Vasmar, how are things looking for P3? Can they keep the player base this time? I don't think keeping the player base really matters, if I'm being completely honest. I think that in alpha testing, player atrophy is the least of their concerns, and realistically, they do not have to keep all of their players whatsoever. But I do definitely think that as alpha testing continues to come closer to completion, player retention will also be much better. More gameplay loops, more modes for people. We were talking about the replayability of arenas when those come in, instantly helping player retention exponentially. So yeah, I think a lot of things will be much better in P3. Of course, that's an optimistic attitude, but development continues. It progresses forward, whether it's for better or worse in the short term. The long term will result in things getting better. So I just try to keep that in mind. But in terms of crafting, you're waiting on towns to get leveled up and elect a mayor, and then that mayor to get buy orders, which need to be fulfilled by the people to get resources for the town, to then have that town have enough gold through taxes to put up a building, and you need multiple buildings to be able to like craft high level stuff. So this server has been active for over a month now, 2-day downtime, like most weeks. But even with that, no town is really anywhere near a lot of their journeyman crafting. No, we do actually have, we have journeyman pick. So we do have journeyman pickaxe, but we don't have any like journeyman gear crafting. Now, a lot of players are on break right now until P3. A lot of players checked it out and left because of certain like changes being a little bit more poorly received. But again, that's short-term stuff. So I do think long-term, like the crafting ratios, all of those things, they will get better, they will improve, player retention will improve. But in the long term, crafting gear is going to be your number one way to get like best in slot. In terms of the, like, you just hit level 25, how am I getting gear? You're going to either get a raid together for a dungeon area and farm up what we call blanket drops, which like you kill a bunch of trash mobs that can drop weapons, armor, jewelry, whatever it may be. You get a lot of upgrades out to a lot of people that are good in slot, but not best in slot. And then a lot of best in slot gear is a combination of certain blanket drops paired with named mob drops. So named mobs and bosses have specific loot tables that are only certain items that you can only get from those mobs. There's a chance when you kill those mobs to get nothing, get the item, get the crafting material, or get the recipe. And essentially from there, you can get very specific items for very specific slots that are focused on certain things. So we call that target farming. So you hit level 25, you blanket farm, you get more drops out, and then you target farm once your baseline set is good. So that's our general progression for gearing over here. And then after your target farming is done, you have your green set, maybe blues if you're lucky. And then you craft higher rarity in the long term. Once crafting opens up, you try to save up your mats for that. What do you think the next live stream will be about? I would say probably dynamic gridding second starting area as a big portion of it. Summoner preview, because they'll probably have that ready for PTR shortly after that. So I would bet probably those big three, like Anvil's implementation, peak, like sneak peek preview, whatever it may be. Summoner, kind of like sneak peek and preview. And then dynamic gridding being hyped up as coming to live soon. Because we've got this end of month stream and then the next end of month stream and then August. So we should be seeing a lot of those more highly anticipated changes coming in my opinion, right around July. So I'm hoping that we have a good amount of preview and look into those. Okay. What about level 4 nodes? I think level 4 nodes will come as part of a larger update later into phase 3 when they expand to level 30. So level 4 nodes will also very likely accommodate master level crafting, which will coincide with level 30, which will also have to include master level gatherables, refining, buildings, all of that stuff. So I think level 4 nodes will be essentially an expansion level update that we get all at once. I think we'll go level 30. Level 4 nodes, I think we'll probably go master gathering, crafting, all of that shit to accommodate with level 30 as well. We'll probably, I don't know, in an ideal world, maybe be closer to node death at that point as well. But my prediction, my predictoroo, is that it comes as a very large expansion style update. Sorry, I had to sneeze. We're not going to need triple refining for master. Quadruple refining. Is it possible to find people to spam dungeons with to level quickly? Instance dungeons don't exist. Now, the dungeons that do exist in the world currently are open world dungeons. So let's see. Do I have a codex tab up? Let me grab a codex tab real quick. Ashes codex. So essentially, right now, everything is open world. And long term, most things will be open world. So 80% of content will be in the open world and 20% will be instance content. Instance content is going to be not spammable and not a source of best in slot gear and primarily used for narrative building, world building, shit like that as part of progression. So in terms of current like dungeons, so to say, Citadel is Steelbloom, open world. Carfin, open world. Befallen Forge, underground over here, open world. Now, there are more pocket dungeons, which are essentially like small dungeons, right? And those are a little like more incentivized than points of interest because they have named mobs, they're condensed, they're good drops typically, but they're below the grand dungeon buildouts. So essentially, something like Citadel of the Steel Bloom, if you're ahead of the curve and you can get here and farm, it's got very high mob density, it's got a lot of elite mobs in it. So areas like this are very good to get a group to farm. Likewise, points of interest, like if I were to make the perfect leveling loop, you would do your questing loop 1 to 8 for your best start. Then you'd probably get a group for Church of the Seven Stars for level 8 to like 11. At 11, you'd come over to Oakenbane Keep until like 16. And then you'd either come to Remnants of Seth or go up to Citadel of the Steel Bloom until like 21. And then at 21, you come over here and you do Thaumaturge Farm over at Carfin. And that'll take you to 25. And if you can get groups for that and that exact loop, and you get them uncontested, you're going to be leveling very quickly. Now, it's not going to be like one day you're leveled to max, but it's definitely going to be faster than I'm hitting one wolf at a time type shit, right? So there's a lot of information, a lot of knowledge that's shared through communities. It's very player to player, and it's very incentivized on players playing together. So that's something we always try to do. We have our top 2 guilds focused on PvP content and trying to like be on the sweatier end of things, and then we have our casual guilds underneath that that are all about players of any level, any commitment, trying to get in and have as much fun as they can. So did you see Steven's schedule? What's up, love? HDMI to HDMI for like an adapter, like a cable. Almost certainly. Yeah, I should have one somewhere that I can find. I don't know right off the tip of my dick, but do you see Steven's schedule? Let's do a demo review on Steven's schedule. Wait, what do you mean Steven's schedule? Like his stream schedule, or like what did he drop? Do you lose your gear if you die in PvP? No, the only time you ever have to worry about losing gear is if you non-consensually 100 to 0 kill somebody else. Well, actually get the killing blow on somebody else. So basically, you need to... What the fuck? Cat. Why are you climbing up the side of the house? Dog. This cat is fucking possessed. What? Hold on. Brother. This cat, like our neighborhood cat that comes through and has been like essentially living here like the past few days, like under the deck and shit, is the sweetest cat in the world. And he always comes to the window that I'm yapping at and will literally meow outside of the window and just like jumped up to the side, like to the where the window is and where the screen is, and like grabbed onto the fucking screen to like look in. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna give him a snack real quick and make sure he's good. Because he's being weird. One sec. I'll be right back.
Okay, bye, chat.
All right, I'm back. Sorry. So, genuinely, no fucking exaggeration. I had my window open, and this cat that has basically been living at our house for the past few days. And like, it's been a neighborhood cat essentially for like a couple years. Like, it used to come by in the winter, it used to come by all the time. We think it's somebody's outdoor cat because it's always been like clean, like friendly, well taken care of and stuff, right? But the past few days, dude has been exclusively like staying at and around our house. And the problem with this is normally we would take him in instantly. Carla's very allergic to cats. So essentially, we've been making sure that he's good and we let him hang out in the enclosed porch area. But we don't want to like seal him in there. So we only let him in there when we're out there to hang out with him, let him out if he wants to go out, stuff like that. Other than that, we have like a cat box out there that like kind of blanketed and stuff like that, but he wasn't really vibing with the cat box. So essentially, I was just sitting here, my window was open, and dude comes to the window that I was yapping at, jumps up, clings to the window screen with his claws, and is looking in the window because he heard me yapping in here, and basically was meowing outside of the window. So I walk around to the other door and got him set up with some snacks, made sure his water was good, and his cat box had like a blanket in there. And I switched out the blanket and I put in like a towel that smelled like me. Cause dude has been like sitting in my chair that I sit in when he comes into the porch, like everything. So we hope that helps and maybe he enjoys the cat box a little bit and that stops like the freaking out climbing the side of the house shit. Cause we do love the cat. And if Carla wasn't allergic, that cat would be mine. That cat would be mine. Wait, so I'm checking media in cats. Okay, cool. We're up tremendous. Open link. Oh, wait. Is this his actual schedule? Okay, let me catch up on chat real quick. Are bards playable in 1v1s? Oh, yeah. Bards are really good. Yeah, bards are really good. Do you have a cat? No, but their cat has been hanging, so you have a cat. Yeah, basically. Like, I want to take this cat in. I texted my mom and was like, hey, will you take this cat so that way, like, I can come up and visit and know that it's, like, at a good home, right? And she was like, we can't take the cat. But, like, I shit you not. Last night, Carla and I went to go for a walk after streaming shit. And the cat, I shit you not, followed us about 2 blocks on our walk. No leash, no anything. Just followed us around on our walk. Crossed streets and everything. Like, looked both ways, was very patient. Just followed us. And followed us from the house to the house and did not stop following us. This cat essentially just lives here now. And I'm getting ready to leave for 2 weeks. So I can't just like fucking full take it in or anything. So we don't even have time to get a cat box or anything. Maybe like tomorrow morning if we wake up super early, but we aren't gonna have time before we leave to go to like Petco or anything. So essentially, if the cat's still here in 2 weeks, what we're gonna do is deck out the porch for it, right? So that's the goal. But yeah, so we unofficially have a cat. His name is Bruce. He's orange. There are no thoughts in his brain whatsoever, but he enjoys vibing, and he's essentially a dog. I'm not gonna lie. He is the most dog-ass cat I have ever seen. We pulled in from, like, we went out to shop for the rest of our, like, stuff for the Iceland trip earlier today, and we pulled in, and he was just, like, sitting in the driveway, like, not in the driveway, but, like, off to the side of the driveway, like, politely waiting for us to come back. And we came back, and Doug was like, yeah, he's just been chilling there the entire time. And, like, I go out to smoke. Dude, here's a smoke, and I think he chills under the porch when he's just, like, you know, in his downtime. So I'm trying to get him the cat box so he's, like, got a place to chill that's comfy. Because when he was in the porch earlier and was, like, on our chairs, dude was living life. He was fucking vibing. He was resting so much. So I'm assuming that was, like, the comfiest nap that he's had in a while. So we may do what we can to see if we can, kind of, like, I don't know, keep taking care of the dude. And also see if we can get Carla to not be allergic. I'm going to start making her coffee with a little bit of cat hair in the morning. But yeah, so the cat's well taken care of. We will be doing a cat fund potentially when we arrive back. That would go towards like a cat tree and maybe like a catio. And then like a nice outdoor cat box as well. So the cat box that I have right now is quite literally a box with like a trash bag for waterproofing and then like towels inside of it so the cat can like chill on something comfy. But I want to get one of those actual like roof cat door like cat boxes. So yeah, we'll get that all sorted out when we're back from Iceland. But 2 weeks, we'll be there. Bunnies. Is Iceland where the ice in my freezer comes from? No, that's Greenland. Yeah. What's harder to find, Bard or Cleric? I mean, both are hard to find. Like, harder to find between the two hardest things to find is a little bit of a catch-22 type thing, right? They're both very important, I'll be completely honest. But have any of you tried Bardic Cleric? Oh my god, we have so many Bardic Cleric mains. Yeah, we're a bunch of degens here, so I stream every single day. And I've streamed now, I think it's like 713 days in a row or some bullshit like that. But I usually stream about 10 hours of Ashes a day. I'm getting ready to go on a 2-week trip to Iceland, which actually, if you guys are curious, this is going to be our schedule when we're in Iceland. So if you guys are curious about the next 2 weeks of streams, here you go. This is also posted in my Discord, discord.gg/DustyWhy or !Discord to stay tuned on all this and make sure that you do have it. We'll have an exclamation schedule command up so you guys don't miss a stream at all. You'll be up tremendous. Have any of you tried? Yeah, so Hosty said both at 25. We've had a bunch of people that have played both. Cyborg's one of our bards right now. We have a lot of people from the guild that are just hanging out too, shooting the shit, especially since we're VOD reviewing. So yeah, if you have any questions about like the playability of either, like I would say everything in its own right has its own value. Like absolutely has its own playability, has its own positives and negatives, things that it brings in, right? So I think there's not really a wrong choice. And keep in mind, in terms of like, I want to play what's strong, we're at level 25 for the cap right now, and level 50 will be the cap on launch. And if you do exclamation classes, you'll see the primaries and secondaries together. And those combined will give you your total class output. So you'll basically take any one of the 8 primaries and combine them with any one of the 8, primaries again, but as a secondary. Your primary that you take, the one that you make your character with, so I play a tank, will always give you your active abilities. So like, if I go into my ability tree, I'm a tank. I have tank abilities. If I augment my tank ability tree with the secondaries of a rogue, and I get the Night Shield class when that's available, I will have tidbits of a rogue coming through into my tank kit. So I'll basically always retain the core identity of my class, but I'll be able to add a splash of customization and like player expression to my primary and change it up. So there will be 64 total class outputs, and all of those will be representative of what you want your role to be. as of right now, there's one healer, right? With Cleric as a main healer. Bard can heal a bit as well, and Bard is very important in spot healing and support. But the true like healer is Cleric. Now, there will be 8 different Cleric varieties and multiple different varieties of other classes between Bard, Cleric, and other options that may be complementary as a healer as well. So then at that point, with the addition of just Cleric secondaries, you could have a ton of different healers. Your main healer at that point would be a Cleric, or a High Priest, shout out Hosi. But you could also have a lot of validity coming from a Bard Cleric. And then long term, a Cleric Bard could also be super viable because it's a healer that's also buffing as a little secondary. So secondaries will add an insane level of variance, player expression, and kind of like micro metas, we call them. Instead of this one like, oh, what do we play in our 8-man comp? It's essentially you make your own comp based around what you think would mesh well together, play styles, how you want your comp to play. And you may see groups that have 3 fucking clerics at one point, but those 3 clerics are all specialized in different things. So you got a cleric, a cleric bard, and then a cleric tank. And all of those things collectively could just make you fight an omega sustain group that you can't fucking kill. And any of those things are possible in the long term. I feel so edge of the game is so far away from the finished product launch. It's okay. We get access the entire time. And we're in no rush. We are here to test everything along the way, and honestly, the core gameplay in terms of, you know, combat, in terms of the feel, like the PvP is already phenomenal. We've spent a lot of today's stream, because the servers aren't up right now, reviewing the 8v8 tournament that we took part in, and we're already finding so many tiny things that we can do differently as a collective to make our group stronger. Check our Discord media for Steven's schedule today. So, is this an actual big, like... Is this confirmed his schedule? How did this get out? Did he post this? This looks like a shared schedule. He posted it. Okay. So, let's see. Platform core team stand-up. 8:30 a.m. Gray is optional. Oh, fuck. It's not shared. Okay. So, like, these are optional? Or, like, what is optional? What's the color coding here? Because there's green, blue, and black. Is it like the dark is optional? Okay. Okay. All right, let's go through this. Jesus. So, platform core team stand up 8:30 a.m. You got 15 minutes before you're double booked for a platform team sync and a DevOps team stand up at 8:45 a.m. It looks like he'd probably start with the DevOps team stand up, do an intro there, then go to the teams, the tech sync, because the tech sync lasts longer. And then jump over to maybe the narrative content system daily whatever, which is also layered with the daily triage. So I think that he should probably just be in 2 places at once. And then you've got director's triage at 9 and to daily pulse stand up. Good thing you covered that URL. Remote time with Scott. Shout out Scott. Production SOS. Remote time with Win. Winnie? Win? Core team stand up, character and concept something, intrepid net core team, ooh, dynamic critting. Ayo. Ayo, dynamic critting talks. Remote time with Doug. Horde investigation. I wonder if this is about like investigating bad things. Puck, hello my friend. It's crazy scheduling. Yeah, like considering my morning schedule before stream is make a pot of coffee, sit in Adirondack chair, say, man, it's a nice day out, and watch birds and drink coffee and rip Bolskis. I'd say that I'm glad I'm the one streaming the game and not the one making the game, because I do not have this amount of like fucking mental capacity in a day. This is insanity. But this is also what it takes to have crazy shit like this happening. Genuinely. And he said this is a chill day. Yeah. I mean, even when I was like working at a college, I had days that were like double booked in time slots and stuff. And the stress of that was a lot. I can only imagine when he's got all of these things that are occurring and then also has pop-ups that are also like, oh fuck. And keep in mind during this, he has still found time to interact with the community, be a part of the community. He's thrown up streams on his personal Twitch before. He's just randomly flown around and hung out with members of the community. Like, what do you mean? Need a meeting passcode for that Zoom meeting. It's probably Phoenix. I don't fucking know. No wonder he stopped streaming lately. Yeah, genuinely, like, take like an 8-hour block and just throw up a stream or something, dog. I don't know, like 10 hours. He's got a 12-hour day scheduled. Might as well just take 10 hours and stream. Yo, Ashes. Ultraman. I don't know why I always call you fucking Ashes. Ultra, I hope you have a beautiful, I hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. Right now we're looking at Steven's fucked up schedule. But we've been VOD reviewing the 8v8 tourney. We've been yapping about the future. We have, well, honestly, do you guys want to compare schedules real quick? Here's my schedule for just frame of reference. Because of his schedule looking like this, my schedule can look like this. Now, this is 2 weeks of scheduling. This is what I've got going on. And that's because of his and many others' schedules looking like this daily. And this is part of the reason why I always try to remember and remind people there are real humans that are working very fucking hard on the world that we are participating in every single day. And a lot of people are so quick to just like forget that there is a ton of passion being poured into this, a ton of time, a ton of effort, a ton of everything from a lot of people to make this happen. And so many people see a change that they don't like and they throw their hands up in the air and they say, well, I'm fucking leaving. And I'm telling you, if there's a change that the community doesn't like, Intrepid's fucking aware of it. Intrepid is monitoring it. They're discussing it. And embrace the suck is not telling people to get the fuck over it when something feels bad. It's telling people to embrace it and keep providing feedback if something does suck, because the more people that participate in the suck, the more feedback comes from it, and the more of these meetings are productive because they're powered by community feedback as well as the dev team sentiment. That is embrace the suck. And that is why we're here embracing the suck. We need to all embrace it together. And we need to keep providing as much feedback as we can on systems, whether they're good or bad, to keep these meetings productive. And the more feedback that we as a community can give in a positive manner, the better it is for literally every aspect of everyone involved. And that's very important. So let's check this out. Off topic. Shut up. Sorry, but I think I had an idea that solves corruption baiting on my drive home today. 2 tiers of flagging, different inputs. First tier purple can only damage other purples. Second tier orange can damage anyone that can only corrupt with tier 2 flag. Interesting. Now, there are also settings that are kind of like intended to relatively be like safeties on the trigger, so to say, of flagging up. But that's interesting. Kind of like I'm opting in for consensual and I'm opting in to just be a murderer. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, that could be a cool concept. I won't lie. If you were set on pushing somebody out, you go orange. But how would it work if you're orange and then somebody hits you back? Would you go down to purple instantly? Or would you stay orange? That's kind of my instant, like, okay. Would orange and purple be equivalent, except it's just another, like, safety setting, basically? That's kind of what I'm wondering. So what happens if you're orange, somebody goes purple, and then you go from there? All right, let's check out more of this, because we made it to, like, 8:45 before I got ADHD. Director's triage, stacked with the daily triage. Daily Pult stand-up, remote times, production SOSs, horde investigation web stand-ups, econ team stand-up, engine team stand-up, core team stand-up, automated testing stand-up, narrative core team stand-up, NPC team daily triage, core team stand-up, I would assume. That's for the world team. Character and concept, something. IntrepidNet, remote time with Doug. Vehicles team stand-up. A fucking yo. Ayo. Y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Just throwing that out there. Automated testing, writer's sync, tech, art, and graphics roadmap. Okay. Let's see. Go/no-go. I don't even know what that means. Horde sync, roads coverage for phase 3. We love that. Directors Council, tech, art/pop sync. Super looty. Excuse me. Siege vehicles, probably, if I had to guess. More things to implement into sieges if I had to wager a gander. Super looty loot. What in the fuck is a super looty loot? Like, I fuck with it. I like the econ team. I trust them. Like, we haven't been getting enough loot, so they're literally talking about super looty loot right now. They are discussing everything. People have been saying drop rates are fucked. What if they were super droppy drops? People are fucking sleeping on this. Something related to economy? Maybe. Maybe. Super looty location? Super looty loop? It's time for him to do his gathering route. He's just out there chopping trees for half an hour. That would be so great. I like that. The super looty loop with the econ team. He basically goes out, chops trees for 30 minutes, and then tells the econ team what he got each day. That's nice. I like that. Let's see. Google Meets title something. Environment weekly meeting. Something. Anvil's ICS. What does ICS mean? Iteration something. I don't know. Either way, Anvil's planning. I don't know what the fuck ICS means, but it's okay. We'll pretend. Spiderweb Scope Part 4. Bi-monthly AI Council. Why does he have to go to that if it's AI? Is Steven AI chat? How do we know Steven's real? He has a meeting with AI. No, what if he is the AI? Because if it's a bi-monthly AI council, they could invite the AI to the council. So what if he's... What if he's the AI? I feel like we can't rule that shit out. All right, moving on. Moving on. We made it to 1:30 p.m. He's not real. Yo, by the way, I'm just throwing this out there. This man's schedule looks like this. And some of y'all dumb goobers out there were like, oh, Steven watches your stream all the time. I bet he's gifting you subs anonymously. Like, when Anon was coming through and gifting subs, everybody was like, oh, Steven's the Anon. And I was like, you do not understand how busy this man is. He is not anonymously gifting subs to some shitty bird-looking ass Twitch streamer. He's not doing that. He's not. The Anon was not him. We can just fucking rule that right the hell out of there. He's got you on another monitor. There's a second part that's just Dusty stream. All the way down. You do sort of look like a bird. Yeah, genuinely. Like I'm telling you, it's not that far off. It's really not bad. It is Emu 100%. Yeah, I mean, genuinely, I got a long neck and a beaky nose. I'm not one to like deny shit. I am drippy as fuck to counter it out though. Chat, hold on. I'm gonna show you my shirt right now and I want to see who gets it, okay? Bonus 11 points to whoever understands my shirt. Here you go. Who understands the shirt right now? GG ADHD. What do you mean ADHD? What do you mean by ADHD? This isn't even concerning behavior. This is fine. I'm impressed people actually understood it. Thank God. Thank God, men of culture. We're not finishing the schedule? Well, listen, maybe if he scheduled more time for cool shirts, then we'd be fine. Anyways, okay, in all fairness, he is the one that has fucking super looty loot in his schedule. Fucking call me ADHD. Systems, sprint practice. So 2 to 3 p.m. Steven is running wind sprints. Okay. So a little bit of like physical activity is definitely very good, and that could also be considering like when the dev streams typically are. That could be why he coughs. Oh no, this would be PST, huh? No, maybe not then, because they do 11 a.m. and I don't think he has any sprints before then. So 2 to 3 p.m. he's doing cardio. Ash's combat roundtable. They should invite me to this. I do a lot of combat. Light/world merger. Now, I would assume this is Light and World coming together to basically discuss how they can work each other, or work with each other better. Is that the dog from Puppy Dog Pals? I actually don't know where the fuck the dog is from. I just think it's some random ass pug. But yes, it is the cover. Yes. Light, that's when Fubo gets yelled at? Well, no, despite being the void, Fubo doesn't do anything with the lighting. That's when Planendorf gets yelled at. Yeah, Planendorf typically gets lashings in between 2 and 3 p.m. So, I would say anytime, like, we see Light, just assume the entire first half of this is like yelling at P-Dorf. So, keep that in mind. World team sprint. Which team do you think runs the fastest? Wait. World, Econ, or Combat, chat? World team, Econ team, Combat team. Actually, Lighting team. World, Econ, Combat, or Lighting? Which team do you think sprints the fastest at Intrepid Studios? If they had to put a representative from each of those teams up to the starting line, which team sprints the fastest? Because, like, they're getting reps in. They're fucking scrimming right now. I personally, I bet Planendorf runs fast. As much shit as I give him, I bet he's like a runner IRL or something. He's probably very, very physically fit. All right, let's see. NCS/DDS MVP time. I don't know what that means, but somebody's getting MVP. So 3 to 4 p.m. I would assume he went to this fireside chat and then also probably ate lunch off camera during it because he hasn't had time to even take a shit. Like, genuinely, if he left these early, he would have like 10 minutes before the director's council to take a midday pooski. So he's pretty packed the fuck up. Like, I genuinely think this is a 10-minute poop. If I'm being honest, I've made a lot of schedules and I've like ended bookings early and given myself a buffer, specifically because I know sometime around lunchtime I stuff my face and then have to poo. So just keep that in mind with the scheduling. Fireside chat, that's going to be an optional because that one's blocked out. Not the craziest. Mount Cosmetics discussion. World something. Oh, environment and lighting. Mount Cosmetics discussion. Okay. Econ sprint planning. More econ planning. Multiple econ meetings in a day. Items and tooltip sync. Theme and melody feedback. And econ/systems connectivity discussion. Chat, that's a fucking lot. Like, genuinely, that is so much to keep track of on a daily basis. Theme and melody is bard shit. Could be bard shit or could be the actual like musical scores. But it could be either one. It's actually a bard's run. Yeah, like it could be either one, but yeah, it may be the bard stuff. Genuinely, if they're looking at bard abilities and wanting to figure out like reworks and how they can make bard like more interactive or something like that, they could be doing that. It could be the actual like musical scores of the games themselves. So we don't quite know, but yeah, that's actually nuts. So again, just for comparison, I'd like you all to kind of like study. This is 2 weeks. Now I too have quite a busy schedule. Yours is harder. Yeah, like I do have to play Ashes every day. And like a lot of people are very upset because it takes a lot of wood to make something. My day-to-day is very hard and like everybody should probably T3 sub for my pain immediately. Yeah, it's awful out here. Every day I drag myself into the stream room, beaten, battered, bruised. And you know, once I escape Carla, I get on and also mentally beaten, battered, and bruised by Ashes of Creation. And from there, I press start streaming yet again. I come on here and I'm a lol cow for a community that's built on hatred and negativity and violence. And it's just, it's a state of mental anguish. And, you know, someday I hope to have a forgiving schedule like that. But until then, it's this. It's torture. It's anguish. It's a level of commitment that I don't think many people should ever have to deal with. And I hope we get through it together. Them glutes. I mean, so a lot of people think that's like Samus booty. But it might be Dusty W booty, Chanji. What you getting up to tonight, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful one. From all the hiking in Iceland. Yo, I'm actually so fucking excited. I'm so excited. I think these are my boots. I'm going to be dripped out. We're picking up the boots tomorrow on the way. Because I didn't have like good hiking boots, right? And we got these on clearance. They're normally 190 bucks for like 80 bucks. Skechers promo. This isn't even Skechers. No, this is Solomon. This is like a hiking brand. No, I tried on Skechers. Them shits hurt my feet. I tried on some Skechers. I won't even give you any bullshit around it. I tried on Skechers. This is not the Skechers S. This is a hiking one. Samsonite, Solomon. Solomon, like this. That one. Yeah, there's Solomon Cross Hike 2s. Swansons. Swaffles. Going hiking in new boots? No, I'm gonna break the boots in as much as possible because these are gonna be, keep in mind, we leave for Iceland tomorrow, right? I don't typically go the way of like hiking boots, and all of my hikes in Maine, I've just done in like running shoes, right? And legitimately, I thought that was gonna be fine. And I find out 2 days ago that I need waterproof hiking boots with like proper ankle support and traction. Cause I guess we're doing some like off-road shit. Like we're gonna be straight up like driving through rivers and like fucking walking into volcanoes and stuff. Like, it's gonna be crazy. So I need something that's apparently built for that. So we went around to multiple places locally and didn't find shit. And then we panicked and went to Walmart. And that was yesterday. And at Walmart, we picked up some hiking boots that were supposedly waterproof. And I was like, fuck it, I'll try them. They're going to be my everyday boots for 2 weeks. But Carla was like, try them during stream and make sure you're comfortable in them. And I'm glad I did, because I had them on during stream. And by the time I got off stream, my feet hurt. I won't even fucking lie. My feet hurt and I wasn't even standing. And I was like, okay, this is bad. So we went over to another local place, basically that we forgot to check yesterday. And we checked out their website first and found these on clearance on the website, like $110 off. And the ones at Walmart were like fucking 59 bucks. These are 80 bucks. So it was either the Walmart ones for $20 less, or these, which are apparently like actual hiker boots, like real hiker boys, and like for 20 bucks more. And I think that these are going to be a bit more stable, especially being my everyday boots for 2 weeks. I'm willing to bet that within the first few days, they're pretty well broken in and feeling nice. So I'm excited to pick those bad boys up tomorrow. I'll be wearing my flippy floppies down, toes out, and then as soon as I get in, I'm going to pick those up. I'm going to put on wool socks. I'm going to put those on, and we're going to wear those down to the airport everywhere. So we'll be vibing. We'll be vibing. The streams themselves, I'm actually really fucking excited for it. I'm not going to lie. The, like, Ashes streams combined with the IRL streams is going to be something. I mean, I haven't really IRL streamed much ever before, and the IRL backpack is all like brand new for us, so that's extremely cool. We're actually, by the way, because we have to get up early tomorrow, triple check everything and also get situated and ready to go. In the next probably like, I don't know, 10-15 minutes, we'll be disappearing. We'll be going off into the night, but there will be a super secret hidden IRL backpack stream on a channel that's not this one. So we'll be ballin', flossin', saucin', vibin'. And if you guys know the channel, you know it. You can show up. That'll be a short stream either tonight or tomorrow. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, because I think we still need to get some stuff set up, right? Like, how much packing and stuff do we have? Because I feel like if I get off soon, we're going to be busy until like 12:30. And then probably wake up tomorrow early and get ready to go. Because we'll also want to get food and get stuff. It's just my packing left. Oh, so should I degen stream tonight then? Is that the play? I thought we had more left to do. I thought we had to get stuff for the IRL backpack set up and shit. But, I mean, I guess I can always degen stream and stay for another like 2 hours or something. I have the Solomon Outpost and I didn't even have to break them in. They were ready to go out of the box. Yeah, okay. So I did try on a pair of Solomons at the store that we were at, and it wasn't like the same Solomons, but it was similar with the materials, and it felt fucking phenomenal on my foot, especially compared to like the Walmart ones we got were like Ozark Trail full leather hiking boots, dog. And they had no bend, no give, no anything. And my foot hurt so fucking much after trying those on. And I can't wait to try those on tomorrow. Have them instantly fit. I wear like a 10.5, so we went up to an 11 to accommodate for the socks and my feet swelling. And so basically, those should fit absolutely perfect. I'm excited as fuck to get them on and hopefully just be super comfy. I've never been a big boot enjoyer. I've always just been like sneakers. My dad's always worn work boots. But if these are comfy and they're this drippy, like, I don't know. I might be convinced because these are kind of drippy as fuck. I just need some help packing later. Okay, word. Well, I probably won't full degen stream tonight anyways. I feel as though it would be in my best interest to help you get stuff set up. Also, so I understand how stuff works. I won't lie. I don't want to make you do absolutely everything yourself, because you also did most of my packing for me. So I should probably check my stuff and make sure I have everything that I want to bring to. Because I haven't done any of my toiletries and stuff. I'd feel bad if I didn't help at this point. So I feel like I should help. But, yeah, like these, if I get these out of the box, throw them on, and they're just instantly ready to go, I'm going to be so ungodly happy. And I think that they will be. Oh, Carla, also, I think it was it Nin's dad? I think it was like Nin's dad. Has the all black versions, but also the mids. So like the same height as mine. The all blacks go fucking crazy. Yeah, like I wish that these were the colorway that we had. But like this colorway is still clean. I still like this colorway. And the fact that like if I'm wearing a bunch of other black stuff, right? Like I mean, I guess I could go like black on black on black on black on black, but like I do like the fact that this isn't just like black if I'm going to be wearing like black sweatpants a lot of the time. Because I don't want Chad to see my skid marks. So I'm trying to wear like darker colored sweatpants and stuff. And also, it's supposed to be cold out there, so I have like a darker colored shirt planned out. So yeah, we gotta be cautious. I'm excited though, because these have like I think like Gore-Tex or some shit. So they're gonna be very like meshy, and not like meshy, but like, I don't know, flexible. Which will be much better than the Walmart ones that were just like rigid as a motherfucker. They were genuinely so fucking uncomfortable. They were so ungodly uncomfortable. They're so trippy. Yeah, I like them. I like them. And I also like the price of them. Considering they are 20 bucks more than the Walmart ones. Yeah. Yeah, I'm quite happy about that. I also feel like I should gas up the car tonight. So that way we don't have to worry about it in the morning. Because if we gas up the car, that would probably be a good play. I'm getting stuff set up if you want to look at what I'm doing. I'll come in a few minutes. Yeah. I'll come in a few minutes and I'll check it out. You keep pumping and then I'll be in. I want to yap for a few more minutes. And then we'll probably vibe. But yes, I will come in and I'll check it out. And then I should get gas in the car. Probably get a little bit of food. So that way I'm not just like dying. You need to learn to set up too, I think. Yes, I do indeed. I do indeed. I agree. So that way if anything goes wrong and like, I don't know, say you've been kidnapped and I'm trying to like stream the kidnapping, right? And I'm like, Carla, how do I go live? And like the kidnapper is going away with you. I need to be able to know how to actually get the stream up. So that way, like, I can document everything. And also sympathy subs. So there are a lot of important things. We may, but it's so much. Is it actually? Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I mean... So we have a few friends that have done IRL backpack streams in the past. And I guess there's a valid reason why they always run two-person teams. And there are people that also have like fucking sound alerts and stuff that are set up to their mobile stream too. And I don't think that we're going to go that far. I think that we're probably just going to go like with the best visual clarity we can and like audio clarity that we can and focus on that the first time around and then maybe try to get alerts in for TwitchCon and just kind of like keep progressing on it. I'm a very progression mindset type person. And so I'm hoping we can just kind of like have good streams that exist and then get feedback on it from there. But hopefully by the time TwitchCon rolls around, we've got everything all like sorted fluidly with the backpack. So it's just turn on and go live. Buzz you when you get gifties. Are you talking like my butt plug? Yeah, I don't know if I can get that to GSA. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Chat, what else should I bring for Iceland? Genuinely. Like, if you guys had to recommend something small that I can fit in my personal item for an Iceland trip around all of Iceland, what would it be? I'm looking to make sure I don't miss anything in my packing, because we leave tomorrow. Tonight's the last night that I'm going to talk to y'all before I'm at the airport getting ready to go internationally. Pocket knife. Pocket sand. Sha. Can I bring a knife on an airplane? I'm pretty sure that's how I get arrested, right? Yes? Sha. Wait, I can bring... What? In your checked bag. Okay, cool. So, in checked bag, we can bring knives. Okay. You can, just not in your bag with you. Okay, cool. Noted. I have those. We will get those squared away. Carla, write it down and remind me. We've got those. Okay, good. What else? Nin, that's a 1 for 1. I'm liking your feedback. This is good. So, pocket knife. Pocket sand, I feel like I can get when I'm out there. Because I feel like the sand is kind of like the first defense and the knife is a second. It's almost like a left-hand sand into right-hand shiv combo, in a sense. So, I can get my own pocket sand there. And using their own sand, it's volcanic sand. So, that'll have plus fire damage to it as well. If you're hiking, how long are the hikes? Carla, how long are our hikes approximately? Because we don't have like a ton of room, right? So because we are traveling by vehicle across a lot of the country, right? Everyone is very limited in the room that they have for packing. So a couple hours. Oh, a couple hour hikes are so fucking easy. Oh, I could have done those in fucking sneakers. In and out or just in? Oh, in and out. Do they have in and out in Iceland? Oh, in and out. I miss Tacos El Gordo too. That shit was good. Oh, that shit was fucking phenomenal. It's a couple hours, but like it's multiple couple hours a day. Oh, okay. So we're probably hiking like 6 to 8 hours a day. Because we're going like hike, drive, hike, drive, hike, drive, hike, drive. Okay, cool. Yeah, so like full days of hiking each day. Toilet paper. We can't pack toilet paper. We're buying it there. I think we're buying toilet paper there. So, also good one. Probably dude wipes. Like, should I get like some wet wipes for my ass? Because that's something I would have to like run over to Walmart immediately after stream to get. Would it be worth packing wet wipes for my butthole? Because I feel like it would be. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think that's a high value purchase. Although, we could get that tomorrow morning on the way. We could do like a final run when we depart. Could just use poison ivy. See, I could. I'm actually not allergic. So far. I haven't tested it directly on my asshole. But other parts of my body have not been the most reactive to poison ivy. Now, I am very reactive to bees and hornets. I will fucking die. And also fentanyl. That wasn't recreational use. I broke both my wrists, but... Headlamp / headlights. I brought a shiesty and a headlamp. We're good there. My headlamp also has green and red. It does strobes. A lot of that. So they'll be able to keep track. You have your EpiPen? I choose to live life on the edge. And I also haven't been to my primary care physician in a few years. Health insurance is a bitch. And Twitch does not provide health insurance if you're a full-time streamer. Keeps the budget down if you just don't go to the doctor. You don't have cancer if you never find out you have cancer, chat. If you just die, you die. You know? It's very straightforward. It's very straightforward. Whistle. Like a referee whistle? Okay, for like a hiking thing? If someone gets lost? See, that actually makes good sense. That actually makes very good sense. Like, we shouldn't be deviating, but we got some stupid-ass motherfuckers. And I have ADHD. At least I'm antihistamine. Yeah, I mean, we have Claritin and shit. But, like, the last time I got stung on my leg, it didn't kill me. It just made my entire leg swell up for, like, a week. So, that's progress. Rain jacket. Got a rain jacket packed. Warm jacket we're going to be wearing there. We've got multiple layers. I've got a lot of socks, extra socks. I've got undies. I I've got like thick pants, medium pants, sweatpants, t-shirts, long sleeve shirts, warm shirt, kind of like a thermal type beat. I've got like a quarter zip that's like a medium. I've got a heavier sweatshirt. User grinder on approximately 10 Benadryl. What IRL thing do you use to stream with? What do you mean, what IRL thing? I usually just go through Twitch and press go live. Is there like a better way to do it? I usually just do it through the Twitch app. I didn't know if there was like a different way to do it or what, but that may also be why I've never had noties or anything though, because I usually do mine just through the Twitch app. Shut your bitch ass up, you dumb hoe. Did you buy a name? Did you buy a Twitch account? Did you buy a name? Tell me you didn't buy a name. Tell me you didn't buy a name. I got partnered off Delta and got the OG name. Oh, swag. Wait, Delta? Delta Force, like, wait, like the shooter? Or like, you're playing a fucking shooter now? Extraction shooter? Oh god, good for you. Good for you. I hope that's been good. You're pumping the streams. Did you go full time on it? The extraction shooter. What? Hold on, I'm on your VOD. I'm on your VOD. What? Extraction shooter foe. Nah, that's crazy. Good for you, dog. Good for you. Huh. It's tough. Oh, going to like stream full time or extraction shooter? Because I agree either way. I agree either way. Yeah, streaming is something like, brother, the reason that I'm so like fucking happy every day and like ignorantly like smiley and shit is because I enjoy what I'm doing so much, and I'm so lucky to be able to fucking like exist in the way that I do. Yeah, stream's not bad in extraction shooter. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine, especially if you've been streaming it for a while, that the potential of that is probably pretty fucking constant. I can imagine that would be less than ideal in multiple aspects. That's crazy though. No, I'm happy to hear it's been going well, dude. That's dope as fuck. Ashes has been great. Right now it's Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, and I'm getting ready to head to Iceland literally tomorrow. So we're kind of just chilling and yapping today as we do on the downtime days, but August 4th, we get 24/7 servers and a bunch of fucking changes. It's going to be beautiful. It's been so fun, man. But I'm glad that a lot of people made it out of New World and have figured out something better with their time. It's genuinely, it makes me happy. And I hope that everybody else is also able to make it out that's still in there. Because I don't really think that there's much potential for pretty much anyone there. Going back briefly to New World for Season 3 in New World League, I genuinely, people asked me if I wanted to go back for it, and I literally told them they would have to pay me IRL money, like, genuinely as much as I would charge for a sponsored stream for that amount of time. And I was like, I'm not going back. Like, in terms of, like, the fucking support I'd get from the New World community going back, it's much better for me for my stream to just stay in Ashes, and I enjoy Ashes more. I wouldn't even spend my time doing that shit. Ashes is such a long-term kind of like goal and growth thing, especially being in an alpha right now. Like, genuinely, people in the New World directory are probably having less fun doing what they're doing right now than I am, and I'm sitting here on a game that's like in an alpha that legitimately doesn't exist right now because it's down until tomorrow. It's fucking wild. Do you do YouTube content? Yeah, I mean, I'm a little lighter on the YouTube side of things, but we've thrown out shorts, we've thrown out some long form. I multi-stream on YouTube as well, so my VODs exist over there. And once I get back from Iceland, like, I'm 2 weeks in Iceland, so this is my schedule for the next 2 weeks. But basically, like, once I get back from Iceland, we'll be kicking it up a lot for like pre-phase 3 prep and videos and shit like that. Gonna be gearing up towards more like community, like PvP content too. So we're actually VOD reviewing an 8v8 tourney that we were in a few days ago. And it's been a really good time, man. So there's an infinite amount of content to make in Ashes about whatever you want to. So yeah, we'll definitely be kicking that up a little bit. I'm going back to my normal, because I've been streaming 70, 80 hours a week of Ashes every week, just not getting bored of it. So I've just been doing that 10, 12 hour days every single day the game's playable, and then yaps for hours when the game's down. So essentially, I just keep doing that. And through that, my goal is to eventually have an editing team that's like supported through, like, basically I compensate the editor. They go through stream VODs, clip down stream VODs, edit it up, post it over to YouTube, and it's an autonomous process where I just have to stream. We're very close to that. I've been saving for that for a while as like a long-term goal for the channel, and that's going to be something that helps bring a lot of people into the channel, because I'm also partnered on YouTube. So that's all monetized, makes like fucking $50 a month at this point, but 07. And essentially all it takes is a few videos to hit the algorithm, and then you're good consistently over there. So our goal is to get very good quality content into the algorithm over there in the first place, get established, and kind of like invest in that now to have it pay off more in the long run. So yeah, basically just taking those steps. Ash is still 2+ years from launching. In our opinion, we have a little over 2 months until phase 3 servers start on August 4th. Well, a little under 2 months, I guess. And P3 is going to be huge. 24/7 accessibility, a lot of the pain points taken out and like solved by then. And I personally think as soon as arenas are added and you get replicatable numbers match PvP content, instead of like everything being open world and kind of like spin up and stuff like that, Ashes just takes off. The combat is so fucking good, man. I'm telling you, if you want to look at good MMO content, go back in my VOD from today. We were VOD reviewing our PvP tournament, and there was so fucking much that we were pointing out that you could learn, that you could do. And it's crazy. I play tank. There are 8 primary archetypes. You'll be able to cross those with any of those archetypes again for your secondary. 64 total class outputs in the long term. It's just going to be fucking nuts, man. So if you have any questions, God, please feel free to hit me up about Ashes. I would love to get more people over here. We got Voil over here. I mean, fucking Kilosh is over here playing with a different guild. Like, we got a lot of people from the New World Com over here. So it's just going to take off. It's going to be great. I'll be honest, I don't think I'll touch Ashes. It's not going to be for everybody. I don't fucking blame people. Genuinely. A lot of people, especially the New World Com, did not come to New World with a huge background in social sandbox MMOs and came to it because of the action combat. And not everyone that played New World was even like an MMO gameplay loop fan. A lot of people just came in and they were like fans of the combat itself, and that was enough for them. So yeah, Ashes definitely much more into that true MMO side of things, but I do think a lot of people sleep on the combat. But I think long term, a lot more of that'll come through and show too. But a lot of New World players were low attention span goons. I don't know what you mean by that. I take offense to that shit. I take offense to that. Alrighty, boys. We're going to go raid Mr. Stregma, I believe. He's vibing right now. He's doing his thing. He's chilling. So we're going to pop over, boys. I do appreciate y'all, the few of those that are here, that came through for the stream today. It is legitimately... How do I exit my... Wait a second. I don't know how to turn my screen marker off. Oh, there it is. Okay. Those of you that did come through, I appreciate y'all so much for coming through, hanging out, vibing out with us today. I do know that it's downtime day, so, you know, numbers here are like a fucking half of what they normally are. But it means the world to me that so many of y'all come through, hang out during the streams. We're going to go say what up to Strag. We're going to go some IRL backpack testing in, and we're going to get ready to take off for Iceland tomorrow. So you guys will get an IRL airport stream. You'll be able to say what up. You'll be able to chill. And then we'll be in Iceland in no time. Ashes content out there, and we'll be up tremendous. Boys, if you know where the stream may be, you might get an IRL backpack preview early tomorrow morning or later tonight. Either way, we're going to get the setup done. We're going to go from there. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I will catch you guys tomorrow from probably Logan International Airport. I love y'all. Thank you guys for making this possible. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see you in Iceland. Jolie. Peace.
Cover that.